and that's real estate.
Okay.
So what you need to do is give us a call if you have any real estate questions, concerns, anything at all. But we're taking any and all calls at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255 if you need help with any problems. One of the things I'd like to tell you, according to government statistics and also all the other statistics you want to check, there are more scams right now than ever before in history simultaneously going on. There are so many scams that it's not going to be if someone makes an attempt, but when they make an attempt. They can all be summarized very easily.
I was trying to sign line to
People want only one of two things, or both.
I don't think
what do you think the two things people want in a scam? How do you know it's a scam? What do they want? Have you asked yourself that, a scam? What do they want? Feel free to chime in. We have Stephanie Thomas with us, and we have Stephanie, your website I have, StephanieRE.com. Who are you with?
Coldwell Banker in Colorado Springs.
Coldwell Banker in Colorado Springs, and you service what area?
Pretty much the whole Pikes Peak region. So Colorado Springs, Woodland Park, Divide.
And Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. You're with?
Remax Alliance.
And that's Team Duran. And where do you service, Frankie? I always ask because I don't actually know. I just refer people to you and Stephanie, and I think maybe I get a little cross. You'll go up to Castle Rock or Stephanie? No? Monument? Or?
Yeah, Castle Rock's pretty much where I cut it off.
Okay.
Anything north of that.
Where do you go?
Longmont to Castle Rock and everything in between, east to west.
How far west do you go, Frank?
I'd say Golden, and then as far east, I go probably Kingsburg.
And Stephanie, down there, do you go how far east?
Like Calhan,
wow.
Yoder.
Wow.
I've done some things out there on property.
What about west?
I will do Park County, so I'll go as far as Hartselle and Fairplay.
303-713-TALK. I wanted to talk about the scams, the two things people want. And I wanted to give people a chance to ruminate on it. Every scam looks for one thing, whether they're saying you have a package they're going to charge to be delivered, or a collection of some kind, or an Amazon order. And if you don't call, like we're confirming it and we don't hear from you, we'll charge your account, $1,300. And you never made the thing, and they want you to click one or, press one, or they want you to go to a link to cancel. What are they looking for? There's two things, either information or money. They want to establish an identity or enough to charge your card, charge your account, do something. And that quest for information comes in a number of ways. They want you to verify your account. You click a false link and you try to log on. And another way is a little more insidious. They have things like, Grandma, I'm in trouble. The old grandma, grandpa thing. And it's amazing how many people fall for that. Johnny?
That one's getting a lot worse, Tom, a lot worse, because now they can copy the voice of that person and really make it sound like them.
Mark, am I glad you brought that up? Holy crap. That, you know what? There is a story about a woman who swore to God it was her son. Not her grandson, her son. And this woman was in her 40s. She was scammed out of $60,000. And all they need, I think they said 8 seconds of your voice.
Yeah, the more the better. We talked a little bit about AI and had some experts on yesterday, and what I learned was the more the AI or the more the computer has to learn, just the reflection in how you talk, not just copying your voice, but making it literally sound like you. So the more it has, the better, but as little as 8 seconds to copy what it sounds like.
Well, think about this. I'm on the radio, you're on the radio, we're on the radio hours and hours. How easy?
Said it yesterday.
When are they? When are they going to start? When are you going to start hearing Tom Martino say, "Give me your money, or I'm going to kill you"? I mean, come on.
It's going to be crazy.
I just said it. Oh my God. I'm just kidding.
Or even better yet, think about this. We've got so many hours talking every day, 4 hours a day for, 10 years together, and then you, 30 years prior to that, well, we don't have the audio on that, but for the last 10 years, that audio lives on YouTube, it lives on podcasts. People could literally copy us, and I don't even think we'd have to show up to work.
My God, it would be terrible. Is this Glenda or Glinda?
Glenda.
Glinda, what's happening?
It's with a G.
Yeah, Glinda. I think I said Glinda. Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. What's going on?
Okay. My father passed away May 1st. He left the house to me in his will. And I just needed to know, is a quitclaim deed...
No, no, you don't. No, you don't do a quitclaim deed for something like that. Now he died.
He did previously.
Oh no, God Almighty! Okay, Glinda, hold on one second. I just want to say to people, if your parents, or your grandparents, or your aunts or your uncles, or if you are the aunt or uncle or grandparent or parent, if you want to leave a house to your child, never, ever, ever do a quitclaim deed ever. You have just destroyed every benefit of inheriting real estate when you do that. If you do it prior to your death. Glenda, here's what I need. I just need to analyze this. This is your dad. Did he sign this quitclaim deed making the house yours before he died, right?
Yes.
And did you file it with anyone?
No.
Are you positive you did not file it?
I didn't. I'm not aware of my dad trying to remove my mom's name.
No, I'm not aware. Okay. Wait. Was your
Well,
mom alive? Is your mom alive
No.
right now? Okay. Your mom
No,
died
she passed
before
away.
your mom died before your dad. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm trying to help you here, Glinda, so you have to listen. So he signed a quitclaim deed. Did he give it to you and say, Glinda, after I'm dead, file this?
No.
What did he do with the quitclaim deed? Are you sure he did a quitclaim deed in your name?
Well, it doesn't have my name on it, but it did a quitclaim deed.
Well, how do you know about the quitclaim deed? Do you have it in your hand?
Yeah. Let me get
Glenda,
it.
where do you live? I don't want your address, but are you in Denver? Or are you in Pueblo? Are you in Colorado Springs? You in where are you?
Commerce City.
Commerce City. Listen, dear, I need to know what you're calling a quitclaim deed. Where did you get it?
Shoot.
Okay. Where did you get the deed?
I can't find it now.
Okay. But where did you get it? I don't need you to read it now. Where did you get it? How did you know about it?
Because my dad had it in his paperwork.
Okay. And was your mom on the deed before that quitclaim deed? What was the purpose of the quitclaim deed?
I don't know. He never told me.
Okay. Here's what I want to do. Do you trust me? Glinda, I don't want anything from you except to make this right for you. Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes.
Did your dad have a will?
Yes.
Did he want the house left to all of you?
No, just to me.
Your
and it stays there in his will.
It does say that in the will. Okay.
Yes.
What about cash?
That was referred to my brother. He dispersed it to all of us.
Good.
My dad's will.
Did you file a probate case?
Years ago, but then it got closed.
Well, of course. What do you mean years ago? You said he died May 1st.
Yeah, because of my mom. That's what I'm confused.
Glenda, when did your dad die?
May 1st of 2023.
Okay, just a few months ago. Now, what I want to know, did anyone file probate on his death?
No.
Then how did you get the bank account money to distribute? How did your brother get the money?
I don't know. I'm not aware how he got it.
Oh,
He
my
just
God.
did.
Okay, Glinda?
He had his name on the account, too.
Okay, that's how we got it. It's called payable on death. Now,
Yeah.
what else did your dad own?
Vehicles that he left in the will to my brother and sister.
And did they get those vehicles titled in their name yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, that has to go through. You guys are going to have to do a probate, especially with a house. You can't do a small probate. You have to do a big one. You have to do a normal one. But I can help you, but you're going to need help for this, Glinda. This is not that easy to do. Now, you say he wanted to leave the house to you, and everyone agrees the house should be yours. Is that right?
Yes, and it's in the will.
Okay. I want to do what's called an O&E on your house. Just hold on. We're going to explain it to you, all right? Just hang on. At least she didn't call after a bunch of mistakes. I'm thinking we can maybe help her. Eric, what is your comment on scams? What's your comment, sir?
Hey, Tom. So
Hey.
I'm averaging 10 to 20 scam phone calls a day or more.
It's amazing. It's amazing to me.
As I was telling one of your guys when they were screening the call 2 weeks ago, between 7 a.m. on Monday morning and 5 p.m. on Friday afternoon, all calls total on my phone, I had 177, and 120 of those were scam calls. That's in 5 days.
It's crazy.
That's how bad it is.
It's crazy.
But here's my
Go ahead.
question
Quick.
and comment on this is, since 99% of these calls come from via voice over IP services, why can't we sue these voice over IP services for facilitating these scam calls?
Because just like you can't sue the mail and you can't sue FedEx and you can't sue any of those, it's just not going to work, Eric. It's a thought, but it's just not going to work unless they contributed somehow to this. It's just not going to work. Hey, it's getting hot. 888heating.com is doing brand new air conditioners, guaranteed lowest price with the same equipment, guaranteed. That's 888heating.com. If you want great people, you can use them. Remember, that's the website. Call them and put them to the test. 888heating.com. Be right back.
Well, this might work today. Thanks, buddy. So, just for my clarification, and maybe I'll explain it to Kelly, YouTube is coming from Tom's house on Switchblade? Thank you. Golly, you guys are smart.
Got to do 2 spots here.
Yeah, well, because we're running out of those. And all right. Not on a regular basis. Sometimes the reporters call
lawyers.
in on it.
We just heard that
like
real
BK
estate
and
situation. Well, O'Brien Legal
Ben
Services
and,
can help
Ryan
you
and those guys.
if you
But
have
not
a legal
until Bronco
problem of any
season,
kind
but they'll
dealing
call
with
in
real
from-
estate. O'Brien Legal Services, they'll help you do a beneficiary's deed. So when your parents do die, it can transfer to
I
you.
know
He can do
that
anything
some
to do
of
with
the
real
access
estate.
units
Why don't
have
you give them
the
a call
Switchblade
and
program
take
on
an
them.
attorney at their
So
word
they
and
can
use
connect
them
to
so
it.
you don't
so
get into trouble.
Comrex
Even closing
can
documents.
connect to a Switchblade because it's the same thing, that
720-370-7388.
SIP.
That's
Where it is an IP address.
720-370-7388. OLS
The problem with the version
if you're looking
of
to
Switchblade
spruce
that
up
we
the house and you
purchased
want
either for this
countertops,
building or for
whether
the company.
granite,
I
quartz,
don't know how
quartzite,
far,
marble, whatever
I don't know
you
how
want,
deep this one
the
goes,
Art of
man.
Granite can do it. They
But,
do all
supposedly
countertops. The name says
version
the Art
we
of Granite,
bought
but they do it all, and they
uses
do a
some sort
great
of
job, great
cloud service
craftsmanship,
to transfer
great
the audio.
materials, wholesale
So
on all
it's not
materials. They
as
tear out all the
clean,
way free.
it's not
The
as
old stuff, they do the
trustworthy as
bathroom free when you do the
Comrex
kitchen, or a
access.
kitchen sink if you rather. And it's theartofgranite.com.
that's-
Get your price, 303-386-5919.
Yeah, and just whether or not it's going to be there can be kind of sketch.
Okay. Now is not the day to wake up with allergies.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. All of that. She's like a little woodland. She's like a little woodland fairy. You can't barely hear her. until you're in the room with her and she's answering phones. Holy crap. It's like being at a Who concert. God damn. I'm like, is Blink 182 doing a sound check? Oh, no, Sue's just on the phone. Okay.
God.
How's that level? Or even more?
Fan-freaking-tastic. It's Sue's-tastic.
Yeah. It's Sue's-tastic. I
set
love
her
that.
voice strength to strong. I'm going to give her some bass. Hold on.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God. Tommy says, is polygamy legal there? Yep, Mark's already got a wife.
3.
Mark's got a few extra
Man, I
wives
couldn't
already.
take care of one. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, but that's good if your company gives you materials and all that stuff. That's good. What company are you with again?
Although
The
just the
alcohol laws
just the
are
calendar
so
alone.
frickin' weird.
How do you have 7 wives and no alcohol? What what is going on there?
Their liquor laws are the
That's-
strangest
like-
things ever down here.
The church dictates the
Yeah.
liquor laws. You have to
Join a
you have
club.
to sell your alcohol to the state and then buy it back from the state in
Tom
order to
Brennan got
sell it in a
baptized
liquor
last
store.
Wednesday.
Right, and
He did when he was
bars,
younger.
are they
He
still
wanted to
doing the
make
thing
it
where you
adult
kind of have to be a
decision.
club? You have to become a member to
No.
drink?
No.
Okay,
but
that
listen
went
to
away.
this.
That
You know, how
existed
old
for a
was he
long
when you
time.
did it younger?
Yeah, it did. I remember driving through here 15, 20 years ago, and you had to pay like $5 at an
Yeah,
Applebee's
he really
to get a beer.
He's 19 now. So
Right, you had to
Yeah.
become a
That's
member
weird.
of some sort of Applebee's drinking club.
really
You had to be part of a
So
club.
anything
Drives
on
the car store,
draft
church, but they got-
can't be higher than 5%.
Yeah.
But
Elderly
you can
people,
buy
it's
a
hard for them to walk
can
to the parking
of
lot. He gets someone to
10%
go
beer
for it.
Yeah, right
and
at the
drink
bar.
it right there. It's
So
crazy.
he's been real involved.
Pennsylvania was fun because they have
He was going
state
through
liquor
7 years.
stores, like Virginia and a lot of places like that. But you
Ohio.
can buy
Got
beer
real
at
involved.
a bar,
Now they
like
have
buy a
what's called a young
6-pack,
adults
but
thing
only
at the
one
church, so-
My
6-pack
son goes all
at
the
a
time.
time.
Youth
Okay,
group. And
you
good?
following
also-
me here? You can buy a
That's crazy.
6-pack for one visit.
he's doing-
So I've
he's-
sat
he's-
in
the
bars
social
in
stuff is
Pencil
really
in
helping.
where was I? Philly. And guys would come in, buy a 6-pack,
they're-
leave, put it in the car, come back, buy a 6-pack, leave, put it in the car, buy a, they just, that's the
crazy.
law, is it one at a time, and so they do it like 8 times.
The wrong crowd. would
Load
be
up
in
for a
trouble.
party. Okay, see ya. I'll be back
That's
tomorrow.
crazy.
I love how people work around these little things. I love a good loophole.
So your son was
It is it's like my 4th favorite hole,
Yeah, he
loophole.
Hi.
He is.
is he going to be
What?
on your team then?
Yeah, he will, but I think he'll do good. I think his passion is being an
Put on
artist,
for
though.
Glenda. I didn't hear.
Oh.
I didn't hear
It's
Glenda's
good that he
call.
gets the license and sells some homes, but I think
Well, we shall
I
find
don't
out
think
together.
I don't think he's done with her.
I know he's not,
Oh,
but I
no.
didn't know if he
Frank's
asked
gonna
for an
run.
expert.
tools or anything.
Good morning.
Frank,
Thanks
no,
for
no, no.
calling the Tom
Frank's going to
Martino
run
Show.
an O&E.
Okay, gotcha. All right, seconds away. Here we come.
Frank needs the info.
Gotcha.
So her long-term
Frank needs her info for an O&E.
get her doctorate in that and have a practice, but she's talked about incorporating
Okay,
like
guys.
art therapies with kids.
Hi, Tom Martino here. By the way, paulthewaterman.com or waterpros.net, either one will get you there. They're offering this whole house filter to get out forever chemicals from your water for only $1,200.
We don't have a live until like 11:15, so.
And then,
we're
of course, the
spoiled today.
reverse osmosis for drinking water under $1,000
And you
fully
might get
installed. And
Dragon
that's
back.
for
I might leave.
prescription drugs and all the
There you
other
go.
crap
I
in
was
our water.
scheduled
It's
till
it's
2,
amazing,
he
but
says he's,
municipal
I don't know.
systems are not doing the job anymore. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Now, Glinda has
the good
a
witch.
problem that we may not be able to solve right now, but Glinda, we can get you started. And I would like to get our expert Dan McKenzie on if we can.
Oh, there you go.
To talk about it. But in general, I want you to give your address of your dad's house to Kachina off the air, Kachina Kalori, our producer here, and I want a title company to run a quick O&E to find out whose name it's in and if anything's been filed on it. Let's start there, okay?
Okay.
Now, Stephanie or Frank, do you think we could get an O&E done on that? Yeah, okay, good. Hang on. So, Kachina, get the address and his name, and let's do an O&E on that property. Where his house, not hers. Okay. 303-713-TALK,
Okay, Glenda, what was
713-8255.
your father's
Let's talk to Wendy. This sounds serious. Wendy, you have a broken elevator?
Yes, it's been broken for 6 days now.
And that is
Wow.
that PACH.
So how tell me, how many floors is this apartment building?
Okay, and what is
4 floors. They have.
your
I
last-
live at Windsor Gardens, and there are 80 buildings. 80 buildings.
God, we hear this all the time.
Oh my goodness. So this is Windsor Gardens. It's an elevator in one of the buildings, right?
Right.
Yes.
And what is
Now,
the
is it
address
the
of the property?
only elevator in that building?
Yes.
Oh man. And what do they
What floor are you on?
The 4th floor.
So you're pretty much, can you walk up 4
What was
flights?
the zip code one more time?
Well, I have no choice. I have a knee brace on my
that's
right knee.
listen, we got to
And
figure this
Glenda, I
out.
have your number,
Now,
best number
to their
to reach you at
defense, it might be a problem with supplies. I mean, what are they
720-8803?
telling you right now?
Good morning, Trouble.
Well,
Did you want to talk to
Okay,
First
hang
of all,
on. I just need to know if
they
I need
didn't
any
detect
other
the
information
problem.
from Frank, okay?
We
So hang on
detected
for
the
me.
problem, and we all complained.
Now, what was wrong with the elevator? Were you getting stuck in it, or what's wrong with it?
It's just not working.
Just
It doesn't make any sound at all. When you call the elevator to go up or down, it comes to your floor, and it just stays there until somebody else calls it, and it goes back down.
Okay, so you can't get in it and use it.
Exactly.
All right, hold
Exactly.
on. We're going to have to call them. We're going to have to call them and
Well,
see
hey,
what's
listen,
going on and
I should
why. We
stop
got to
you
give
now.
this
I
to
am
Deputy
the
Doc.
doofus that
Doc
runs
is
the
listening
audio
right now. He's working
Absolutely no
remotely.
help.
Hold
So
on.
let me
Let's just
get
do
you
that,
over
all
to
right?
Kelly to get
I
your
want to
name and
assign
some
this
of that
right
info.
away. I
You
want
don't
to
have
call
tell
the
her too
management
much
company
about
and try to get an
Talk to her,
answer
get over to
before
talk.
the end
Hang
of the show. That's a serious situation. So hang on. 303-713-TALKS, 713-8255. And Glinda, we're going to be doing what's called an O&E on the house
Good
in a
morning.
minute
Thanks for
here.
calling the
So
Troubleshooter
we're
Show.
getting that information for Stephanie Thomas and Frank Duran, our real estate
Hello?
people today. Don, what's going on with you, Don?
Okay.
Yes,
What's
my
happening?
name is Don.
Yes.
I'm a plumbing contractor.
Okay.
It's just me, my shop,
Okay.
and I work in the Thornton area. And basically, I installed a water heater for this one lady, and we
Okay,
agreed
what
to a
was your name?
price, and she paid up. She gave me a check, and then next day she started kind of like, well, the water heater should be
Okay,
only
what was your name?
$700, which
Oh,
we can't
God.
even get because the
SAT
power.
No, I know.
Okay.
How much was the whole, I'm not judging you, by the way. How much was the whole job?
Sorry, one more time?
To install the power vent 50-gallon was
One more time, sir.
$32.50.
Okay. So I got it.
$3,250.
And that's the going rate. You're not going to get much cheaper.
And how do you pronounce
You
that,
can get a
Shell?
little cheaper, a little more. She's right. You can probably buy one cheap at Home Depot. You can do all
All
kinds
right.
of stuff.
I'm
Now,
gonna go
did
ahead and
you
place
tell
you
her
on
why
hold,
you
and then
charge what you charge? And you gave her that price up
They'll
front,
be
and
with
she
you as
agreed
soon
to
as
it, right,
possible, okay?
Don?
Hold on.
Right. It was oral, but then I got a check, and I even when I was emailing her back. And
So what
forth,
is she
kept on
saying?
asking.
What is she saying she wants right now?
Well, she wanted an itemized list of what the parts were and all
Well,
like that.
you don't. Okay, technically, okay, you should give. You're not obligated to tell her what you paid for parts. This is what I have to tell people. They're not.
I just got a
When you go
recall
to buy a suit,
on his breakfast
do you
sandwich.
ask Nordstrom? I want to know what the thread
Good morning.
cost, what
Thanks
did the
for calling the
material
Tom
cost,
Martino
what
Show.
did the tailor cost, what did the shipping cost. I want an itemized detail on this suit. You know, you're not entitled to it, but then at the same time, you cannot do business
Okay.
with people who don't want to give it to you.
Usually-
Now, what most businesses do on our referral list, they'll give you the water heater price that they're charging for it. It doesn't matter what they bought it for. It's none of your business, frankly. They give you the install price. They give you the permit price. They add it all up and give you a total price. Now, if you said to them, I want to know what you're paying for this, they don't have to tell you. So does she want to know what you're paying, or does she want to know what you're charging?
No, she wants to know what I'm paying. She wants to know
So she wants to. Here's what she's saying. Don, I want to know what you paid for the water heater, how much time it took. I want to know if you made too much profit. That's really what she's saying.
Yes.
It's none of her business.
3 times she asked me for an itemized
Well,
receipt.
it's none of her business. Now,
Tell her
hold
to
on.
beat it.
You can give her an itemized receipt, Don, but you don't have to tell her your wholesale prices. Give her an itemized receipt.
But no one does that. I mean, Plumline, Fix It, no one gives itemized receipts in that industry anymore.
Are you sure of that, Mark?
Yes, of course I'm sure of that.
Are you sure they don't put down the water heater price or the furnace price and then they
one
install
price, man.
Okay.
It's one price for exactly this reason. It's none of this lady's business what he buys and sells. If she agreed to it, tell her to go to hell.
Now listen. It's the truth is, Don. Really, you don't owe her that. You don't owe her that.
Right.
Did she stop payment on the check? Did she stop payment?
Well, and then worse, yeah. So I texted her back and said, and I tried to do this texting, so I had a record. And I asked her, I see you stopped payment on the check. What do you think is a fair price? Because she's always trying to lowball me now. And she came back and said, well, basically $2,800 is a fair price because you installed a short water heater instead of a tall one.
Well, did you do a 40-gallon?
No, I'm talking about short and tall, not.
I'm
gallon.
asking, what did you end up giving? Was it a 40-gallon or 50?
It was a 50-gallon. I put a 50-gallon in there.
Okay. And why do you, okay, and I'm not judging you. You can charge whatever you want. We have people that would charge that. We have people that would charge more. We also have Euro Plumbing, Colorado, that they would do a 50-gallon at $13.99, fully installed with everything.
Yeah, but we also have people that could come in at $4 or $5 grand.
I said that. Yeah. I said
I know you did.
There are people, Mark, that'll come in all over the board. Pricing is pricing. Don, the short answer, you don't owe her anything, okay?
Don, I would lean her house so fast her head spins.
Okay.
I mean, you didn't do anything wrong, bro.
Attorney's notice.
What's that?
What about sending an attorney's notice?
Well,
all they would do is the lien. You send her an intent to lien, man.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Don, you got to go. You never had to lien anything ever before?
I did once, and he paid up right away.
Well, yeah. Why don't you just do that? That's what you need to do, seriously.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
A fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro. Some incidents throughout town as well as out west. Starting west of downtown 6th Avenue eastbound after Sheridan. We've got a crash in the right lane with stop and go from Wadsworth. About 6 minutes of delays for folks heading to downtown. Further west into the mountains, I-70 westbound before exit 226 for Silver Plume. A crash in the right lane. Slow traffic back from Georgetown. Further west, I-70 eastbound.
So what do they hear on YouTube right now? Do they hear us?
We need to get it to them here.
They're hearing you.
All right, baby. Let's do a song, Suzanne. What do you want to sing?
Oh, God.
Let's do a duet.
I'm texting him right now. I can only text.
Did you get her address?
My fingers move.
We're getting it. We're getting it.
Did Kelly text it to me? Or she could text it to me, Tom. I could.
Garage Kings, you want some floors that are beautiful? GarageKings.com.
He's there giving us grief because Kelly's trying to
they'll do your garage floors, your patios, your pool decks. They'll do what it takes to make it beautiful.
Yeah,
and
she's an old lady.
They guarantee it for life. That's the life of course, Garage Kings. And, of course, they guarantee the lowest price and no money down ever.
In there,
Think about
her ass about
so get it done now. Get a beautiful coating. 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370. All right, now when you talk about stuff that you really need to pay attention to,
we're on YouTube,
HarrisFamilyLaw.com. You can go to their website right now and look at webinars that have been recorded in the past and find out about new ones coming up at HarrisFamilyLaw.com/webinars.
I think we should do Creeping
Anything
Death
to do with
by
family law,
Metallica.
free of charge.
There's a
And of course, if you ever have to
shortage,
call in on a
about this,
family
right?
law issue, it's 303-515.
Have you heard about the siracha shortage?
No, why is there a sriracha shortage?
Sriracha shortage. Go look it up.
Oh,
That's the
you
thing.
mean that
the
red
hot
sauce?
I got it.
Yeah, hot sauce.
We got it now. He got it
And
now.
so I was thinking about doing a song parody. We need the brewer in here because I want to do my sriracha. Do. That's all I got so far, but I'll work on the rest. Did he get the info?
Nice.
Yep.
Frank, get the freaking info.
Hi, Casey. Comment.
He did.
Please do
All right. I have Harris coming up.
Hairless. What do you have that's
What is
hairless?
it, a
What?
2-minute?
She's not responding now.
Let's
Kelly,
give peace a
Harris
chance.
Family Law. 11:15.
11:15, she says.
Maybe we should get on,
Our knees.
who's the guy down at the racetrack?
Your beer guy?
Yeah, let's get Steve Moss on.
No. I do like that racetrack, though. For a while, I dated a girl that worked in the pits.
I bet you did.
She was tougher than a $2 steak, man. She could carry a
Okay, I just
transmission
ordered it.
from one pit to the other.
I put a rush.
You're a big girl. All right.
Oh, gosh.
I sure have been missing you, Shannon. Uh-huh.
Drive-in theaters?
Yeah.
Is it an inflatable screen?
So look at this
Oh,
stuff.
that's cool.
So
Was it inflatable? Yeah, that's cool. Did you rent that? No. Oh, did you? So, and what do you project on it?
About 40
So you
colleges now
you
have
got
a
it- you
Plan
can draw
B
from, like,
vending
your,
machine in the student
like in
center.
this case, if we want to watch the Avengers or
Plan
something like that, we
B
just draw from
pills.
whatever we stream.
Abortion
Goes to
pills.
the projector
crazy.
and it plays on the screen.
All right.
So did you buy the screen and projector together?
Bought the whole thing. Yeah.
And is it clear?
See, they don't
Oh,
know
it's
we're
clear,
having
clear as day.
Our
It
own
was like
conversation.
Our own
$6
show.
How big is
Our
it?
own
What are they
YouTube
talking
show.
about in there? I'm not even listening.
16.
I know.
The
It's driving the
Avengers.
YouTube.
It's
He's
big.
crazy,
Yeah,
though.
it's big.
How much does something like that cost?
We got everything combined under 500.
No,
See, because they're talking
Oh yeah, the
like
inflatable,
business and
the,
crap.
And the projector.
projector, the whole thing, man.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
It's pretty cheap.
We're
So
talking about
watching the
co-eds,
Avengers,
you
we're
know,
watching all 5 of the Avenger movies, yeah.
doing the walk
We
of
started the
shame to a
one on
freaking vending
Sunday night,
machine in
and we're
the
gonna do
student
hopefully another
union.
Friday
That's
the
much
Wonders Day,
funnier.
so. Is that cool?
Do you mean the one like like right up to the what is it, Endgame?
Endgame, yeah.
And then what was after that?
Honestly, my son knows better than I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have
Oh, no.
them all, but I couldn't tell.
Iron Man and
Yeah.
yeah, it
Who
was
is-
fun. But you got to put mosquito spray on.
Who is
because
what?
Believe me, you'll get eaten up.
Oh, my mother-in-law was just telling
I
me
think who's Stephanie talking to?
They're like
A guy named Frank and a guy named Tom.
And it covers your whole body.
She said it kept the.
God, she sounds like she's having her own conversation.
My sister-in-law lives
Yeah,
in
she does seem a little out of
They all
touch
try
today,
them, and
which is
Eric's
fine.
normally a magnet, but he normally swells really big with them.
Oh, wow.
He got one bite the whole week,
Good.
wearing
good.
those little patches. So we ordered them
That sounds better than spraying yourself. 'Cause you're all
Yeah.
Mob
burned.
law, I agree 100%.
to see if
What,
that
who
would
are
be
you
better.
responding to? Do you
Cool.
think they can
Yeah.
hear you?
And then we have it hooked up to her speaker.
They're not listening.
Okay.
You're
I
like
don't
on
know
a
who
speaker.
can hear what.
That's cool.
I can hear you. The people on
I'll
YouTube
bring
can
the
hear
drive into
you.
my backyard.
That's awesome. We're doing a backyard.
Can they
right
hear
now.
those
We're
guys?
doing
Oh,
like
yeah.
big excavation.
They're getting all of it.
Patio, running under.
Here in a
Holy
second,
shit.
I'll just
Yeah.
bring it. I'll
hot
drop
tub
it
and
down.
Grill and
All that?
all this
Drop it
stuff.
like it's hot. Yeah.
It's water mitigation. It's a lot of things at one time.
235. Then 5 miles
Getting that or
west.
you're going
Good
through
morning.
it?
We're in the middle of it.
Tree farm.
So Michael built a
Station 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Denver Regenerative Medicine, I can tell you firsthand, they knocked the hell out of that bulge disc I did in December, and zero pain, and they told me it would take a while, and I'm waiting, and it gradually was getting better and getting better, and bam! That's it. It's better. Seriously. Honest to God. DenverRegen.com. Denver Regen. Talk to a stem cell doc, okay? And anyway, so let's talk about your problems, questions. Oh, by the way, that's 833-STEM-GEN is the number. Okay, so let's talk about your problems, questions, complaints. This broken elevator, we have, we're giving that to Deputy Doc, so I'll just take that off the calling board right now. And there you go, Doc. Should I leave it up there for Doc? Is that why you did that? I'm sorry. And Mike has a question about Zillow. Let's ask our real estate experts. We have Stephanie Thomas from Colorado Springs and we have Frank Duran, the real estate man, here. So ask away. I'm sure they have opinions on Zillow.
Okay, yeah, I had a question about their estimates. They're on their website. I know Tom had your feelings. Yeah, on a single-family home value, the estimates on their website.
Yeah,
I know you feel that they're low.
I don't know if they're all low. I don't know if they're low or if they're high. Stephanie, what do you think about Zillow in general?
How low?
What do you think in general, Stephanie? What do you think?
So Zillow doesn't really go in and take the unique characteristics of a property into account when it's coming up with its values. The best way to get an actual value is to talk to a real estate broker to come in and do a market analysis.
And that's what
you.
Mark does for.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Frank does for
I
you.
do that
too.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys both do that free complimentary analysis.
Free,
but
yes.
as far as Zillow, is it low?
It tends to be all over the board because what they do is they just look at sales in a certain vicinity and say, okay, now based on that, yours is this, but it's not taking any details of that property into account. So it's kind of grouping it all together without looking at the actual information on the property.
Frank, you feel the same way?
You know, Tom, I always think of Zillow like a broken clock. It's right twice a day. I tell you, Tom, I had a property. This is in Denver, and so Zillow was saying it was worth a little less than $1.1 million. We had strategically priced it below that. We had a bidding war. We sold it for $1.240 million, so we sold it way higher than what Zillow said. And I've seen Zillow sometimes close and right on, but a lot of times.
Have you seen them high?
I've seen them high too. Yeah.
Well, there you go, Mike. There's no set answer.
So they're kind of all over the board.
Yeah, all over the board.
You should get a free analysis from one of those two. It doesn't cost you anything.
What area are you in?
Well, I'm scheduled to inherit a house in Colorado Springs, so I guess Stephanie covers that area.
Yes,
I do.
Who is the other? Frank and
Frank's for Denver metro area north. Stephanie will go up to like Castle Rock. So Stephanie is at 7. Is it? You want the 720 number? 720-260-0918.
Okay, I thought you mentioned the third person is your guest there.
No, we only have two. Mark is here.
Okay.
Mark Major. But that's it. So if you need any more help, let us know. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. A good market analysis, by the way, is more than someone saying, well, I sold this house once, I sold that house once. They really should take into consideration the house, the size, the neighborhood, the comps, the recent sales, supply and demand for that month. They should take into consideration interest rates and even inflation because it all enters into it. Because what they're telling you really is what they think they can do on this house. And that's what you want, someone who puts their name on it. So 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is...
And there's like 4 guys, and they have like a YouTube show, and they get like millions of hits. You know
what do they do?
They go on there and just do challenges. They'll say, okay, you've got $10 to make it spread to do this, and we're giving you $10,000 to do this, and you can do the better job. And they do like these challenges.
Oh my gosh!
I can't think of their names. I was wondering if you knew who they were. But they're in Colorado Springs.
What is it that's happening?
Okay, Brad. Well, let's get you on with Tom and Mark to talk about it.
No, I don't either. But my son loves those guys. I mean, they
just going on right now.
Yeah. So I just wonder if you knew who they were. I don't either.
I don't. No, because really, I don't get on, and you know, by the time a lot of times we're done with our day, it's like I just want to.
Yeah. No, I just know about him because my boy.
Yeah.
That's his. Those were his peeps, I guess.
Nice.
It's kind of a cool show.
No, that's neat.
We all are.
Okay, well, let's hope we can get you toward a resolution. So hang on for me, and we'll get you on as soon as possible, okay?
Hey, we were talking about water heaters, and EuroPlumbingColorado.net has the best price anywhere on any size water heater. For example, a 40-gallon fully installed, listen to this, that's $12.99. A 50-gallon, $13.99. That includes new supply lines for water and some for and a flex line for gas, tear out and haul away the old one. And that's it. And it's Rheem or A.O. Smith. We have great brands, too. And that's Europlumbing, Colorado.net. They say no matter what size you want, they'll beat the price off of anyone. 303-668-6844, 668-6844. Hey, if you want window coverings, Made in the Shade is a company we know and trust, a one-stop shop for all of your shades or your blinds or your window coverings of any kind. Hard goods, soft goods, including shutters, plantation shutters, and electrically operated, high-tech, low-tech, in-between tech. You name it, they have it. And they say they can meet most budgets. What you need to do is give them a call, 720-458-6566, 720-458-6566. Made in the Shade. You can find them at referralist.com. You'll also find Sheridan Auto Tech there. And what we love about Kevin and his team is they treat you like family. You will feel right at home. They'll analyze problems. If you drive by, stop in. You don't even have to make an appointment if you have a quick question.
You know, calling him Uncle Kevin reminds me of a joke. What's worse than ants in your pants?
What?
Uncle Kevin.
Uncles. Yeah. That's a good one.
I bet you had one of those strange uncles, huh?
Well, yeah, I think I've told you guys I was actually abused by a stepmother.
Nice.
Yeah.
Was she hot?
No, fat Mexican.
My God.
Very horrible.
Mark.
Ugh.
No.
Jesus.
Well, listen, you know, I wish things were a lot better. I was 11 and 12 at the time.
For a list, okay.
Well, it's okay. You know,
We feel
listen, it's
bad
like
for
when the female teachers go after the male students and everybody's like, lucky, you know. I understand.
That's a whole genre I heard in porn.
Oh, dude. What, the stepmother thing?
Hentai.
The
The stepmother thing is huge.
Oh my God.
Dolce doing okay?
Does it bring back a lot of memories for you?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's
Mark.
true. He's
Jesus.
a jerk, but he's right.
Oh, no sensitivity whatsoever.
How long have you known him? Is this any of this
Too
new?
long.
That's
Too
all
long.
right.
I never heard that story before.
About me?
Dolce
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awful.
rejected. She's just not embracing it like as part of her life.
I wonder why that is such a popular genre.
Oh, because you know it's
Yeah,
right up there
thanks,
with the
Janelle.
it's right up there with the maid coming in.
Every day,
You know,
and just
coming into the room.
Out of nowhere, things started
Mark
getting
in big
soft and
caps.
got more into it.
WTH is
It
wrong
is,
with
life got
you.
better, but it didn't happen.
Oh, that's got to be Janelle. She's
And then
always,
that's
I
got to
swear
be.
to God, it's
It is
always
Janelle.
her.
I said thanks, Janelle. And then Sherry's like,
Really?
Mark.
I wouldn't know.
They're all feeling it.
Of course, I'm married.
Oh.
Right?
Good.
Maybe there's some complication there, but there's like.
I thought it was funny as hell.
Somebody says I laughed,
Janelle.
Mark. It
I'm
was
gonna
a
start
quality joke.
I'm going to
That's
start
all right.
calling Janelle
It's
Carey.
not like
KB.
I was sex trafficked across county line or something. It was just
It was just your run-of-the-mill.
Yeah, you're run-of-the-mill sexual abuse from a stoned.
I would probably
Yeah.
do the opposite in our
Oh
home.
my God.
Really?
Yeah, Avery's always had a plan. She's had her head on. She wasn't interested in the social stuff at all. She's always been really artsy, very into her school, and kind of has her plan. And then Aaron, who embraced more of the social and athletics and hanging out with all the, the sports kids, that seemed a little more complicated.
Thanks, K-Beeve.
Probably
Beef.
Has somebody got your back?
At least one.
Yeah.
Well, somebody had my back as a kid. That's great. Thanks. Yeah. Hey, I was hot. I was the hot one in that relationship.
Mostly.
Yeah, well, that's a scary
Oh my
thought.
God.
I was really well built.
We're saying this stuff.
Now, have you kept in touch over the years?
Almost all.
Is she
Okay.
dead? Did she die, Shannon?
No,
I was asking Stephanie
no,
if
it's
we're
worse
still-
than that.
we're
I'll
still
tell
at
you.
home.
You know what?
Did you ever go after
I'll
her?
tell you in the next break. No, God went after her. Hang on.
An iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brad, let's talk about your issue with a roommate and former girlfriend, and I hope that the roommate and former girlfriend, that she's also a former roommate, or she's still there.
Well, no, the hired hand is still here. He's across the road.
The hired hand. Right, I thought you said roommates and a former. Oh, so talk about your situation. Go ahead. I'll listen.
Well, anyway, somebody broke into my house and got into this lockbox that I got and took some titles out of it and
took some what out of it?
Some titles to vehicles.
Oh, really? Where do you keep your titles that they knew where to get them?
Well, they were in a lockbox that I got from my hired hand.
Okay, you got to back up here. You're talking about a hired hand, and then what do you mean? I mean, did you have roommates?
Well, no, not really. I let them do their laundry up here, and
okay, I'm sorry. Then I got the wrong message here. Let me erase this. This confuses me. So tell me the situation. You lived in this place alone, but you let people have access to it.
Right. When I was home, yeah.
Okay. And who did you let have access to this house?
His name's
No, I mean, what was it? Your girlfriend or a hired hand or both?
A hired hand.
A hired hand. Forget about the girlfriend now. Okay. So the hired hand.
Yeah, forget about the girlfriend.
She
wasn't a girlfriend anyway.
Okay, Brad.
But anyway,
this is a handyman you had, and you gave this handyman access to your house.
Yeah, when I was home, yes.
Okay, well, where are we going with this then? And you said someone broke into your house, and what does this have to do with the handyman?
Well, because he had a title to my vehicle that somebody signed over to him, not me, that was in my name, and put it in his name.
Okay, so is he claiming you gave him the car, and you're claiming someone broke in and took the title?
Right.
And did you call the cops?
I did, and they said they couldn't do anything about it because he's got a protection order on me. No,
Brad, that's got to way back up. First and foremost, did you call the cops when the titles,
yes,
when your house? No, listen. Did you call the cops before you discovered that he took the truck or car, or did you call them when your house was broken into?
I called them when I noticed that the titles were gone out of my
okay,
lockbox.
So you have an actual police report showing that you were concerned about this way before he claimed he owned it.
No.
That's what I'm asking, Brad.
He already owned it. This is already after he owned it.
Because
I didn't know he owned it.
You didn't know someone had broken into your home?
No. They crawled into a window or something.
Okay, I get it. So
but anyway,
you're claiming, so you don't really know someone broke into your home. You're just assuming they did.
Well, they got into my safe, and
how'd they get into your safe, Brad?
Okay, I got the safe from my hired hand 2 years ago when he lived in town.
So he so he knew the combination.
No, he had a key to it.
Okay. So, Brad, this guy gave you a safe. You put titles in that safe, and you believe he used his key to get into that safe to steal one title or more? More than one?
All my titles.
But he only signed one of them over to him.
Right, and he had a title to a BMW motorcycle that was not signed by me. I was still using the plate off of the plate that the previous owner.
And did he sign?
On it.
Did he only sign one? How many vehicle titles did he take? That's just a number I need. Three or four.
4, I'd say.
Did he sign them all over to himself?
No, he could have signed the title to the BMW because it was a clear title, and that's all he would have had done. There would have been nothing I could do about it. But I found it in the Toyota glove box at the time, and that's where everything started.
So this guy claims, did he claim he paid for it or that you gave it to him for work he did? What is he claiming?
I don't know what he's claiming. I haven't really talked to him about it because...
Is he still in your house?
No, he's across the street in a motor home.
Okay, so he's in a motor home parked near your house.
Yeah, I got property across the street. Yeah.
He's on your property.
Right.
Why don't you kick him off your property?
I'm in the process of that now. But
Okay.
Why is there a restraining order involved? Why does he have a restraining order
because-
against you?
Well, his wife claimed that I assaulted her and so on and so forth, and the cops came over and talked to both of us about that, and nothing happened. And then they went across the street and acted like they were packing up and moving. Well, that was just a ploy for her to go down and get a protection order against me, and then I was out of my house because at the time, my house address and the property across the street address were the same address as far as my mailing, as far as my Excel bills. And so on and so
so
forth.
you have? Are you telling me you can't go back to your own house?
Well, I'm in my house, but I got an address from the county to put an address across the street so that wouldn't happen again. Where
all right, so you're in your house, and he's on his he's on your property, and you're evicting him.
Right.
Okay.
I'm in the process.
All right, so now we need to know where are we going with this, and what can we do to help you? Because I still don't understand. It sounds like he's claiming he owns this vehicle. You're claiming he stole the title. We'll get to the bottom of that and more coming up.
Nice.
That sounds like an episode of Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, he's definitely kind of all over the place. He told me that his girlfriend got him put in jail for assault.
Someone broke in.
And Peppa. There's like a gas leak in here today or something. Hey, do you want the quick rest of the story about the family?
Oh, you can't stop it. Go.
Well, did something bad happen to her? Yes. So my dad and her did have a kid, and she's, I don't know, was like, 13 years younger than me or whatever, 12 years younger. And she ended up dying. And obviously I felt...
The kid?
Yeah, the kid. And I felt
What did
bad.
the kid die of?
A mountain climbing accident.
That's who I knew somebody died.
Yeah,
okay.
they did do a rush.
And so, I mean, I feel bad for my dad. I obviously feel bad for her dying, but I hope it hurt the mom a lot.
God.
A lot.
Yeah. What a story, man.
Well, it's made me the wonderful person I am today.
Do we have an ETA on that O&E?
I can call down there and ask, but I don't know for sure.
All right, top of the hour. I'm gonna go get some.
Do you watch Trailer Park Boys?
I don't
either
normally
of you?
ask for a rush, but in this case, I just need it before 2 o'clock, preferably before 1 if we can.
But that stepmom porn, that's a different.
Whatever they can
that's
do,
a different
I'd
story.
really appreciate it.
Okay. And are you just trying to confirm who's investing?
Yeah, we just need to get the whole full O&E like we normally would do.
Okay. I'll see what I can do on that one.
Thanks, Casey. Talk to you soon. Helps to know people, have friends. You working more buyers or sellers?
Lately more sellers.
Really?
Do Frank and Stephanie know they are on YouTube, or should I take them off? If they're sitting in there alone talking business.
Yeah. I'd probably pull them down. They probably don't. I don't know why they wouldn't realize it. They've both been in 100 times, but.
All right. Hey.
They're saying stuff, so.
Hunter didn't know to drop his Coke in the lobby.
God, that was the best story I read through. Now the White House is like going through video and logs. They're gonna prove it wasn't Hunter. That's their entire goal.
Uh-huh.
I mean, is it possible it wasn't? Like, how was it found? How was it missed?
They're not really saying
And
much.
when was it found? Like a year ago? Last week?
Now it was found like a couple days ago or whenever.
You mean this guy's been under all this scrutiny and now he walks into the White House with some Coke?
Hey,
It seems
drugs
hard
are a
to
hell of a
believe.
thing. It's not
No.
Stop.
They think it was probably just a visitor to the White House
Oh.
or an employee.
Oh, well, that...
But it's evident it's probably Hunter.
Why is it evident?
Well, haven't you seen all the videos of him doing blow?
No, I haven't. I don't sit and follow the guy. He
Oh,
looks
my
gross
God.
on TV. He looks nasty.
Yeah, well, he does a lot of blow. In fact, in one, he's weighing it, and he's got a hooker in the
What,
room.
like 20 years ago or last year?
No.
No.
No, not 20 years ago.
5 years?
I don't know.
I mean, he has a timeless look. It's hard to tell what age he was when he was doing it.
You know what's weird is like,
He's looking
why
rough.
would you video yourself doing blow with a whore? I mean, what was the purpose?
Especially when your whole family is in the public eye, and
Does he go back and like watch it and go, oh, look at me doing blow?
Yeah.
lost internet again.
I mean, there's really no logic to it. Why would you video that of all things?
And being crazy, there's no logic to anything he's doing.
Maybe the hooker videotaped it, and it wasn't.
No, she's in it.
Oh,
Honey, I want to get this on tape.
Where are all those hunter videos? I've only seen a couple. I mean, I heard there's some really juicy shit, man.
Right.
There's a website that has them, but they keep pulling it down.
All right, everybody's back on.
I don't know that I want him to.
And they don't prosecute. They don't call the cops either. I mean, it's totally free. Shoplifting is no longer a crime. That's just the way it is.
Here's one that says 4 hours. This one says viral video shows Hunter Biden sniffing after cocaine found at White House.
But why did
Premier carpet cleaning.
wrong to enforce the law?
Premier carpet cleaning. There it is.
Hateful and racist. Now, I would be so confused by that. How is it racist to enforce the law? I mean, against shoplifting. Most
6:30.
White that I see.
We've just become a disobedient nation, Tom. It's, how do you know, when you get to that point, it'll go that way for a while, but. I mean, God's way will always prevail.
Boy, he does take some weird pictures of himself.
Don't you think he looks rough? Like, not 10 years ago video. I'm talking now. Current videos, Mark.
Yeah,
he looks very
He's done a lot of drugs.
rough.
Some of these pictures are just crazy. Hey, Shannon, did you do a lot of blow back in the day?
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
Good time, Shannon.
I managed bands in the 80s. I started a record label with a guy here in the 80s, and oh, my gosh. I was doing like, there was maybe a 4-month period where I was an 8-ball a day, 3.5 grams for like almost half a year.
Oh, my gosh.
It was
That's a lot of blow.
It was great.
It was awesome.
And my favorite thing was doing acid or shrooms and driving. I drove up Mount
that
Evans.
Is scary.
I dropped acid and drove up Mount Evans in the middle of the night once. It was glorious.
I can't imagine driving on acid.
Oh, and Mount Evans. Got to the top, watched the sunrise. Oh.
Classic. Okay.
What was harder to get off, cocaine or alcohol?
Oh, I guess alcohol because I kept doing it. But then, I just stopped one day. I was drunk on a Wednesday and sober on a Thursday. I was just done. Done. And that was 08, summer of 08. All right, let's think about doing a show. Hang on.
Today, Gyrie's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints. Waterpros.net can get you drinking water at the sink and get rid of all the chemicals and get rid of them for drinking for under $1,000. If you don't do anything else, that is really the issue. Drinking water, waterpros.net or paulthewaterman.com, 303-862-5554. Now, let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, okay? We got Mark on remote in parts unknown, Utah. And then we have Stephanie Thomas with us from Coldwell Banker, Colorado Springs. And we have Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with us here. And I want to ask, first of all, real quick, before I get to the phones, I want to know supply and demand. Frank, you first. Supply and demand here. Supply up, demand up, inventory good. What were you looking at right now?
Still have an inventory problem, Tom. We're 1,000 listings, or a little less than 1,000 listings down from last year. So just still not a lot of inventory, which favors the sellers.
So sellers are being favored because they can ask for more. Are prices high, low, or in between compared to what they've been?
So we came back about the third week of February. So we're still not back where we were a year and a half ago, but we're definitely up from where we were maybe 6 months ago.
Up.
Yeah.
But not quite up as far as last year.
Correct.
So prices came down.
Yeah, for a little while.
And now they're creeping up.
And then about the third week of February, started creeping back up.
Stephanie, what about the Springs area?
Yeah, same. We have low inventory, lower than last year, lower than a year ago, by about 30%.
So it is getting it's getting tight for the buyers.
It is. Our days on market have increased. So ultimately, we're still favoring our sellers, though. We still have less than 2 months worth of inventory.
Wow. Okay. Brad said he had a handyman he suspects stole a title to his vehicle and signed it over to himself. He lives in a motorhome on his property across the street. He wants to get rid of him. I'm not sure what he's calling about, but we can help with any of those issues. However, there is a restraining order because the handyman and his wife claim. Brad, go ahead. You said no. There's no restraining order.
No. It's they just missed the restraining order. But anyway.
So hold on, Brad. Hold on. You don't have a restraining order against you.
No. I did have two, and they shouldn't have got them in the first place. But anyway.
Okay, so they're dismissed.
Yeah, they got dismissed. But
okay,
anyway,
got it. Keep going
what
then.
I just want to know is who forged the name on my titles and put it, to where he put it in his name.
Well,
and they're saying it's a civil matter.
It is a civil matter. Because he's saying it was signed over legally. You're saying it wasn't. You can't prove it was a crime. They can't arrest him just on your word.
Well, what about a hand exemplar on the signature on the title?
Brad, it's a civil matter. But here's the thing. How much is that car worth?
It was worth like $1,100.
$1,100?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Toyota Corolla.
Then here's what I think you should do. Mark, would you agree on small claims court? You ought to say that he defrauded you out of that car by forging the okay, then sue him for the $1,100.
I am curious, though, if we were to call him and ask him, what would he tell us? Why did you give him the car? I mean, what would he say to us?
Good question.
I did not give him the car.
I know, but what would he say?
No kidding, Sherlock. What I'm saying is,
what would he say?
Yeah.
I really don't know, but anyway, they got control of my house when they got the first protection order, and cleaned me out of my livelihood, all my tools, motorcycle parts.
Wait, he still has all that stuff?
Yeah, well, somebody does. I mean, when he had control of my house, he had control of my house for a week. And
what does that mean? You were out of town and he broke in? What does that mean?
No. I had a protection order that I could not go back to my house.
In the beginning, Mark, in the beginning, they did get a protection order in the beginning, which kept him out of the house, and they used the opportunity to steal from him. So, Brad, here's the deal. you need to sue him in small claims court for $75 or for whatever he took from you. $1,100 for the car, whatever else he took, sue him in small claims court. Really, I'm serious.
And that is a civil matter, and I've had incidents like this in the past. And just because you get a judgment on somebody doesn't mean you're going to get your money.
No, but at least you have a judgment, and you can try to take his motorhome and his other stuff. I mean, seriously. And you should sue.
I don't see how I could do that.
Well, okay. I can't help you there then, okay? Because when you got a judgment, you can take anything that he owns. There you go. So you're going to have to get more help on that, Brad. I'm telling you where to start. Take him to small claims court. Don't sit on your rights. What were you hoping we'd say? That we're going to press a button and it's going to magically be returned to you? Jonathan, what's going on with Amazon, man? What's happening? Hi. Oh, it's my fault here, Jonathan. There you go, bro. I got you now. What's going on?
Hi.
Yeah.
My wife and I, we own a second home in Nevis in the Caribbean.
Whoa, cool.
On April 30th. Yeah, it's nice. On April 30th, we purchased a pool pump on Amazon for delivery to Island Bargains, which is a reshipper in Florida.
And then where were they? They were going to ship it to the Bahamas?
To Nevis, which is a separate country.
Oh.
But yeah, they shipped it at our expense.
Is that where your house is in Nevis?
We have a house in Nevis, yes.
Okay, got it.
So when it arrived at our home on May 26th, our plumber / electrician opened it and found damage in 3 places.
Okay.
He said it could not be repaired and to return it. For your information, it had been badly packaged with only 3 loose pieces
now, was
of padding.
it badly packaged by the reshipper or by Amazon? Was this Amazon Prime or an independent? Who did you buy it from actually? Was it actually fulfilled by Amazon?
I believe it was fulfilled by Amazon, but I'd have to check.
Okay. And what happened? It was damaged.
Well,
so normally you call and you get it. You just send it back. They're usually pretty good about this.
That's basically what happened, Tom. But that same day, I chatted with an Amazon rep who not only offered a full credit on return, but also to refund the return shipping costs.
Did you return the pump?
Oh, yes.
And when you returned the pump, did you get a credit?
Yes, they promptly gave a credit for the pump.
Now,
there was no problem.
Right. How much is the shipping at issue?
That was the problem.
How much?
I emphasized was $568.
How much was the pump? How much was the pump?
$1,267.
Okay. Now, what I need to know, this is important, okay? Did the shipping include that reshipper? Because they won't pay for that.
No, it was direct from our home in Nevis to Amazon's return facility.
Okay. And you wanted that. Mark, don't they normally let you ship it back on their dime? Or, I mean, I think they do, don't they? Didn't you get
if it's a prime product, they generally let you ship it back, yes.
Did you get a QR code or something to print out a label and all of that?
Yes, I did. And if I may...
wait, I get it. He wants the money back for the original shipping.
I confirmed with the Amazon rep that this was coming not from the States, but from Nevis.
Okay.
And there were going to be significant costs. And he said, no problem.
Hold on.
Ship it however you like.
Hold on.
I have that in writing.
Jonathan, did they give you the shipping on the original purchase, the original shipping to you?
That was free.
Okay, got it. Okay, so now you want your shipping back, and they won't give it to you. Did they refuse it?
The first representative I chatted with said, no problem, just send it back at my expense, but then provide them with the information.
What are they saying now?
I had to do a second chat, and the second chat, they were much less friendly. The rep took a long time and finally told me that they were limited to $50. I offered to supply the first chat to him. He said that wouldn't be relevant. I asked to speak to the manager.
Let me ask you something. Had you known you weren't going to get back the shipping, what would you have done?
I would have shipped it back to them via a much slower method.
I get it.
which would have cost less, but then would have delayed our getting the pump.
Okay. But you would have done that.
Yeah.
Did you get the new pump?
We haven't yet because I was hoping to get this thing resolved.
So it all boils down to $500, roughly.
Roughly.
Huh. And do you have any proof that they offered to pay shipping?
Yeah, I have a chat from the Amazon rep. I got a copy of it.
Well, and they don't recognize the chat where they said, don't worry about it, we'll pay for it. What do they say about the chat?
The second chat representative said the first representative's comments were irrelevant. My wife then sent a message to the VP of customer service, Chris Walsh Allen, on LinkedIn. And that was back on June 9th. We had no response to that.
Oh, no, this doesn't sound right to me. You have a chat showing that they said there was no problem with shipping back, and you said it's going to be quite costly, and they said don't worry about it.
Yes.
You should call and talk to them. Don't go through the chat again. Why don't you actually call them?
Yeah, there's a phone number.
Help with contacting them. We tried to find a telephone number, and that was fruitless.
I've talked to them in the past. You can't find.
You can talk to them. You can you just log into your account on Amazon
and you schedule
a
call.
Then you go to the help center, and then the second you put your phone number in, I mean your phone's ringing. It's actually quite exceptional.
Why? Okay. Why do you expect that this will be different than the experience we had?
Because when you talk to them,
manager.
Because you're not talking to somebody who doesn't care. I mean, on the chat's much different. When you talk to them, you can say, listen, when I sent this back, I asked ahead of time, and I have the chat right with me. It's going to be different because they're better when you talk to them. I've never had a problem I couldn't resolve in talking to them.
And you can escalate it and ask for a manager.
I mean, at least try talking to them and then call us back. I mean, but try there. That's what we would do anyway. But you haven't even tried to talk to them yet. Now, I get it. You think the chat's great. I mean, it's convenient. But just try the phone call. But get right to the point, please. Don't belabor it. It's a simple matter. You returned a pump. You wanted to make sure shipping was covered. The chat told you not to worry about it. Don't go into your whole story. Just you return the item. You got a return authorization. They're not paying. You did not yet get your credit for shipping. Just say that. You did not yet get your credit for shipping.
Here, I got their phone number for you, too. 888-280-4331. 888-280-4331.
Did you get that, Jonathan?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Try it. Call us back and let us know. We're interested.
Yeah, please.
It pays to listen. Open your free iHeartRadio app and listen to this.
That reminds me of the old Kmart commercial. I shipped my pants. You guys remember that?
The Art of Granite. Man, you can get your price right now on the phone from The Art of Granite. Just give them a call. They love giving prices on the phone because they love their deals. Wholesale on all materials, tear out and haul away's free, and the bathroom's free when you have the kitchen done. They, by the way, they can do any kind of countertops you want, even though the name says The Art of Granite. Should say The Art of Countertops, 303-386-5919. That's 386-5919. All right, Harris Family Law is someone that we actually use all the time as our expert here. And they have helped us with all kinds of issues surrounding family law. You see, they have experts in various fields of law. So let's talk about this one from Peter Goldstein. Peter, this is really, it could be complicated, but it comes up from time to time. If you could explain it, the Indian Child Welfare Act.
Yes, Tom. The Indian Child Welfare Act, or ICWA, as it's known, was enacted in 1978 to create a remedy for the idea that a lot of Indian children had been separated from their tribes and from their families for adoption. And basically what it does is it allows a tribe to intervene at any stage of proceedings involving parental rights whether it's an adoption or a temporary placement or placement in a foster home. And it gives tribes rights to intervene in any stage of the proceeding when an Indian child is involved. And just recently, in mid-June, June 15, the federal law was challenged, and the United States Supreme Court upheld it. So it remains in place.
And does Harris family law take cases like these?
Yes, we do, and it's just important to make sure that if you are looking at adopting a child, an Indian child, or that you are involved in legal proceedings that involve an Indian child, that you make sure that those issues are considered and that the law is considered.
And you see, this is one of the reasons we recommend Harris family law for complicated cases, simple cases, domestic cases, international cases. And you can get a lot of information by calling them or going onto their website, looking for their past archived webinars. HarrisFamilyLaw.com is the website. You can look at their webinars there. You can call them at 303-515-5000. HarrisFamilyLaw.com. All right. You know what? There is a lot of storm damage right now. And if you have storm damage on the roof, the gutters, the fascia, the soffit, those are commonly called the eaves, and then the siding and the windows and the doors and the decks and the railings and the fences and the painting and all of that. How about getting a company that can handle it all? One-stop shop, one invoice, Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. We've known Mark for many, many years. You can depend on him. Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509.
Hey, Shannon.
Yeah, man.
Make sure he knows that they're a referral list member, Rocky Mountain Sewer.
Rocky Mountain what?
Sewer. Kelly put them up online, too.
Oh.
I think a customer ripped them off.
That's
Did you type that on there now? Love you.
About the third week of February, first part of March, I'm starting to see bidding wars again. We hadn't seen them.
Some bidding wars, yeah.
Yeah, because it was almost getting leveled where an average home could take 21 to 30 days, and that was average. That was like starting to be normal again.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, the bidding wars came back, and now you're back to probably under contract again within 5 to 12 days.
Oh, nice. Yeah, our days on market, well, according to for June is 18.
Is that O'Hara?
So it's still pretty strong. I mean, historically, that's still pretty strong.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I think
But our
people panic
median
those days.
is at 480.
Say again?
Our median's at 480.
480 is your median?
Mhm.
Okay.
There was a bigger gap between Denver and the Springs for a long time.
Wow.
But
Oh, jeez.
I always felt like I would see closer to 200,000 or so in the Denver area above where we were, but no, that gap's a little tighter than it has been.
Yeah, it has.
Mhm.
There's just not a lot of inventory. We have less inventory now than we had a year ago.
Same.
But
look, by 30%, because I've got that pulled up.
30%, yeah.
Yeah,
That's good.
That's what I've got pulled up.
But I think buyers got a little scared when rates were going up,
Yes.
and they didn't know how to react. But they didn't realize the 7%'s not that bad.
Historically,
We
it's
just
not.
we just got spoiled for so long at 3 and 4. But they don't remember the days when we were 15% or whatever.
10, 15.
A lot of them.
No.
But I see a lot of my sellers are moving out of state.
Here we go.
And it's usually either because of jobs.
New vision. Right now at TLC Laser Eye Centers, we're offering $1,000 off LASIK with our latest Wavelight laser when treated in July. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit SaveOnTLC.com for details.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Kevin Kalkin I asked to come on to listen to a problem here, and we're going to go right to it, and it's Heather. Heather has a oil burning issue, she's saying. Heather, is this a 2012 Chevy Equinox, right?
Correct.
And how many miles are on it, Heather?
So it's my daughter's car. She probably has like 85,000 now.
Okay. And when did the oil, how do you know there's an oil consumption problem?
Because she was having like engine problems, and then my husband was like, "Well, have you checked oil?" So she checked oil, and it was empty. So she was filling it, carrying around a box of oil actually with her because it would just be gone all of a sudden. So then we took it into like a local dealer or a local store that we use all the time for lots of different issues. They told us that there's no recall on those years, but there's like a bulletin on them that gets dirt somehow in it, plugs up I don't know all the terminology, plugs up the
oil
system,
ports.
and it.
Yeah, but why would that
that's
consume more oil and not less oil if it's plugging up the ports?
That's a great question.
I don't know.
Oh, it's probably going right through the rings.
Kevin?
Could be anything.
Yeah, it's probably sludge. They're notorious for sludging up.
And then what would that do as far as oil burning?
Well, it plugs up different vent tubes, PCV, different things, so you're not getting proper, air through the engine to properly ventilate. Is it leaking at all? I mean, are you leaving spots where you park it, or is it all coming out the tailpipe?
It must be all coming out the tailpipe. She doesn't have any oil spots anywhere. So when the dealer or the place we took it to, they found this bulletin. They figured out a way.
And what was the bulletin about? What was it about? Sludge?
It was about like these ports being plugged.
Okay. And what did they do about it?
So they went in and did whatever the bulletin suggested, whether they cleaned it or whatever. And they said this will either, fix it and you won't have any trouble, or.
And what happened? What happened?
It went back. It went back to burning oil like crazy.
But how did it fix it for a while?
It fixed it for probably 6 months.
Oh.
And then now she's back.
What do you think that is, Kevin? Did they use BG products, do you know, to clean it?
More than likely a product like that. Yeah, because it's very, very hard to get the sludge out once it's in there. That's the problem.
So does that ruin the engine? Or do you just keep cleaning it, Kevin?
You have to run that service through it probably 2 or 3 times over a year to try to get ahead of it. And then you have to do very regular oil changes. That's the biggest thing with those motors. If you go over on your mileage, it just starts to sludge, and it's kind of cascading. You can't get out from under it once it starts.
So if she ran it and they systematically changed it out through the year and did 2 or 3 treatments, it would be obviously better than one?
You may be all right because it doesn't have a lot of miles on it. Yeah, I don't think you got wear.
Issue. Yeah, that's kind of our issue. Like, do we just chuck this car, and then we feel morally obligated to tell the next person?
Well, hold on, Heather. I would try first intensive cleaning, as Kevin suggests. Where are you located? Are you in this? What area are you in?
We're northeast Colorado in Fort Morgan.
Okay, well, Kevin's got a place over on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. And, we also have some other people up north a bit if you go to referralist.com. But what you need is a BG or something like. Is BG the product you would use, Kev?
That's the one we love, yeah, by far.
And which one would you use?
Well, there's a package that you put through it. They sell a kit for sludge removal, and then it involves using the cleaner, the oil, and then the oil additive.
Now, when you put it through it, is the idea to then change that oil a couple months down the road and do it again?
The system that we use, you can't even really drive the car with the cleaner in there. You just let it sit and idle for about 20 minutes, change the oil immediately, and then add the additive package with new oil. And, just plan on doing it twice in a year at least to get it all out of there. That's the hard part. And you can't see in there, so you can't tell if you get it all. That's the problem.
But it apparently did some good, Heather. So I would do that repetition and do. Did they let it idle with the cleaner in there like Kevin talked about? Do you know?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask them?
I think they just went in and did the cleaning.
If you like these people, tell them you talked to somebody here, and they talked about the BG package where you put the cleaner in it and idle it for a while, and then take it out and put an additive package in, and then doing that twice in a year. Ask them what they think about that. But that's where I would go with it. 303-713-8255.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by OFF.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro. The drama on the road starts out west into the Highlands. I-70 westbound before exit 226 for Silver Plume. We've got a crash on the right lane. We stopped up traffic back from Georgetown, about 5 minutes of delayed driving through the mountains. Further east, I-70 eastbound remains closed through Vail as crews continue to work on a serious rollover accident. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today, partly cloudy at the moment. High of 81 degrees before the afternoon's end, overnight low of 57. Tomorrow, another warm one, high 78, scattered thunderstorms continue. The current temperature in Denver is 67 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my classic white crop and flag panel jeans and know that I'm covered with 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your pre-party protection on with Off Clean Feel. SC Johnson.
Hey, you want the best deals on water heaters? We got a complaint from somebody who thought they paid too much. You will never pay too much when it comes to EuroPlumbingColorado.net. They guarantee the lowest prices when it comes to water heaters. That's right. Just starting at $12.99 for a 40-gallon tank fully replaced or $13.99 for a 50-gallon. And other plumbers are saying, what? How the hell are they doing it? Plus, they say they're going to save you money on garbage disposals as well, up to 90% on those. 303-668. 6844 668 6844 EuroPlumbingColorado.net.
If you were affected by the hailstorms recently or even in the last year or two, that insurance company you're dealing with has not paid you enough money, I promise you. Did you know Matt at Paragon Services can go back to a claim within the last 2 years, reopen it, it's not a new claim, and get you more money? And if you were affected in Highlands Ranch with that tornado, you got to call Matt. 719-726-0020. Matt, Paragon Services, he fights for you. 719-726-0020.
A luxurious new look in your kitchen in just a...
Have Kelly move that camera a little so Stephanie's face is in there a little bit better.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good morning.
Just now.
Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang? You got it. Don't run off. I'll have Kelly talk to you. Hang on. Yeah, that's a 7-minute process, but I'll get it started.
No,
Got
that's
it.
Shannon.
Shannon?
Yeah. Yeah, Shannon. Okay, you should be good now.
Hey, you hear one of my favorite news stories lately is the trans activists that are suing gynecologists because they won't perform pap smears on them.
It sounds so fake. You think that shit's real?
Real. Super real.
It's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, I was just getting that together.
Would that have put me live on the air if I went like that?
No.
Oh.
Okay, perfect.
You know, most Americans feel it every day, the effects of inflation, when you're filling up your car, shopping for groceries.
Did you see that DoorDash driver that cussed out the lady?
What about a bad tip?
Yeah, so it was a $20 pizza, and she gave the driver 25%, $25. So they have one of those cams, the door cam, and the guy's like, oh, you live in a nice house. You should be, this is a really nice house for a $5 tip. So
yeah,
she
I mean,
called up.
he was a little bit more pleasant about it, but yeah.
He got fired
I bet.
From DoorDash.
Good.
It's crazy.
Well, didn't he say F you or something?
No. And like I say, I've seen the video, and he was kind of pleasant. He goes, hey, by the way, nice house. Oh, thank you for a $5 tip. I mean, his timing was pretty good. You know, and then he walks away, and then you hear her going, what the, wow, what, how?
I thought at the end he said F you.
I got the...
Oh, you know what? As he walked back to the car, yeah.
He did?
Yeah, there was a from a distance F you. Yep. You're right.
I mean, how much are you supposed to tip on a $20 deal? It's crazy.
You know, how much are you supposed to do as DoorDash? You've already put your dick in my pizza. F you.
Ate half of it. That's why I won't use DoorDash.
No, not
man.
at all.
Every homeless call we get is somebody that DoorDashes.
My sister said that a lot of military wives will do DoorDash because they can carry the kids around.
Another genre of
deliver.
porn that's very popular.
What cars?
What?
Military wives?
Doing DoorDash?
I don't know.
DoorDash porn.
Listen,
Oh,
I
Michael
got
has
20
4.
minutes and I'm out of here, okay?
Michael has a lot of cars.
Oh.
He's got his 2 classics that he has, and his truck that he drives, and now he'll add this Camaro, so he'll have 4.
And every day,
He's getting a
Kelly makes me
Camaro?
crazy.
Yeah.
What?
Yep. He's got a Silverado that he
I was
drives.
listening to Steph.
So.
Oh.
Save a lot of miles on it.
Oh,
I'll quit
Yeah,
bugging you.
we put a lot of miles on our vehicles.
Seconds away, here we go.
I mean, I put a lot of miles on.
Com to set up your rock-solid quote.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And waterpros.net, don't forget now, they can do a whole Monty with Forever Chemicals, getting rid of those, softening the water, and all of your drinking water around $4,000 to $5,000. It's like, let's put it this way, it's a third of the price of anywhere else, or less than, not even, a quarter of the price. PaulTheWaterman.com, 303-562. I always get that 56. Yeah, it's 862, 303-862-5554. Okay, so back to the phones now, and let's take care of people who've been waiting a long time. And we're done with Heather and Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, at SheridanAutotech.com for answering that question. Let's talk to Brad now. It's Brad's turn. Brad, you have a flood issue. God, that's hard to take, because with floods, there's often no insurance. Is this a flood with your house, Brad?
Tom, actually, I live at Windsor Gardens.
Oh, my God.
And I sent you
What's
email
going
a while
on?
back
Hold
with
on.
some-
What's going on with
some
Windsor?
photos.
What's going on with Windsor Gardens? Why do we get so many complaints?
I think it's just an older facility.
And it's for older people, too, isn't it, or not? Is it still just
it's a retirement community.
Yeah.
You need to be 55 years or older to live there.
And what's the problem? What's the problem with you're having there?
Well, what happened, Tom, is I don't know whether you could see the pictures that I sent in, but on June the 10th, we were woken up by a community resource officer. Basically, they're security patrol people. Knock on the door, stepped out of bed, and stepped into a bunch of water. The main
And when
fire
did it happen?
like 2 in the morning, June 10th.
Oh my gosh.
And what happened, I live in a 4-story apartment. I actually own the apartment. There's some people that rent, that have landlords, but I actually own that particular apartment. But what happened is the community resource officer woke us up basically to make sure we could get out of the building.
Tell me what happened. How did the flooding happen?
Well, the main fire line going into the building, it's called a sand pipe control valve.
Okay.
It's like a 4 or 6 inch pipe
Uh-huh.
actually burst. And the Denver Fire Department was called. They could not turn it off. Windsor Gardens couldn't turn it off. And probably somewhere between 2 and 3 hours later, they had Denver water come out to turn off the main line.
All right. So what
It was
happened?
like
So what are you calling about today?
Well, the big thing, Tom, basically it flooded the whole lower floor. There were 12 units that were flooded,
I get it.
uninhabitable. My main concern is I want to make sure I have all the right boxes.
How many units in the building?
12.
And all 12 are uninhabitable?
To some degree.
I mean, are they actually uninhabitable, meaning you can't live there? Are there people not is everyone out of there?
All except 2 people right now.
Okay, and those 2 people, are you one of those?
No, I'm not.
Okay, now.
No, and they got pods for us. They rented pods, and they said, well, your insurance company's going to have to pay for these pods to get all of our belongings out, and so on. My main concern, Tom,
is your insurance company paying for your temporary living?
I have another place I could live, but they did reimburse me for the hotel stay and some food expenses and so on.
And that's because it was a broken pipe and not flooding. If it was I mean, I know they call it flooding, but it was a broken pipe, because if it was flooding from the outside in, you would have been screwed.
Right.
All right. So what's going on now? What can we help you with?
Well, my main concern, Tom, is I got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
My significant other, she has cancer. She has mantle cell lymphoma. Her immune system basically is compromised, and I want to make sure when we move back in that it's safe.
Of course. Is there asbestos? Is there asbestos in the building?
Well, there are some older tiles, but apparently those were undisturbed.
Okay. Well, if you want to make sure it's safe, let me just get right to the point. You got to have it tested, and it has to be on your dime. Now, they should do it they should test for lead. They should test for asbestos. They should do all of that when they're fixing it. And you, as an owner, could demand with the HOA. I mean, there's an HOA there, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay, well, and there's a management company. So you could demand they do it the right way.
Well, they're basically saying whatever you want to do on your, you do it on your own dime. What has happened is they had a disaster team come out, and they set all the dehumidifiers and all the dryers.
Of course, yes.
They got everything all vacuumed up, all that.
Yeah.
And then they drilled holes in the drywall about 8 inches apart.
Right.
And basically they say that it's dry, but they've commented we don't think there's any mold. So I mean, it's just kind of inclusive.
You guys aren't living there, right?
No, but
okay.
There are several people that are living here.
Okay, well, you guys have to test if you are concerned about all of that. But it's kind of unfair to test for mold right now because they're not done. They didn't even get started. You got to give them a chance.
Okay. Well, they didn't pull out any cabinets or anything like that. So, I mean, it's been almost a month.
We've got a guy on the referral list, Rock, with American Restoration. He can come out and do whatever testing you want.
Okay. And, Tom, I also have another question.
Brad, what I'm saying is this. There's a time to do testing. I would do asbestos testing now. I wouldn't do mold testing now because they're not fixing it yet.
Okay.
So what you want to know, if there's asbestos, then they better take the right precautions right up front. With mold, they're going to rebuild anyway, I would hope, or fix it. But you can have tests done while they're fixing it. I mean, you have to just pick a time when you want to have this done, and you are going to have to pay for it, or you and the other residents have to chip in and pay for it. I have no idea why the HOA would say no, we're not testing. That's crazy.
And what's weird is they already drilled holes in the drywall. You said.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So if there is asbestos, it's been disturbed.
And another thing that concerns me, Tom, is the hallway. It's carpeted, and I asked the maintenance manager. I asked him. I said, "When are you going to replace the carpeting?" He said, "Well, I don't think we have to." He said, "It's commercial grade." He said, "It's synthetic. Once it dries out, it's glued. It's fine. It shouldn't be a problem."
Well, that could be, and if it is, it is. I mean, look, you're jumping the gun. I mean, why are you assuming it's going to be done half-assed and not right? I mean, what carpet are we talking about? If the carpet needs to be replaced, it needs to be replaced. Sometimes it doesn't need to be replaced. I don't know what carpet they're talking about. And what would be the difference if it was cleaned and dried and put back down? Why would you care? I'm trying to get at what you're getting at. That's what I'm trying to do. What are you getting at? What bothers you? Just come right out and say it.
Like I said, my significant other, she has cancer.
What does that have to do with whether the carpet is replaced? I just want to get to the point.
I want to make sure it's healthy to move back in.
Okay.
When it becomes time.
Now.
That's it.
Now, that is That should be your concern, and I'm right with you there. But what does the carpet being replaced have to do with it being safe?
Well, if you saw the pictures, it was like a river running down the hallway.
Okay.
There was mud.
And you're assuming they
all
can
that.
never get it clean enough, right? Is that what you're assuming?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay.
I don't
so,
know.
you have to get together a group of people. Seriously now. This is the only solution. You have to either compel the HOA through a petition or the management company, or you have to get a group together willing to pay, and you need to do the proper testing of everything in stages as they go to assure yourselves it's going to be safe. You can't make them do it.
Okay.
You can't make them do it. You have to, well, you can actually, if enough owners get together, you can make them do it as an HOA. But short of that, you would then have to get together, and the tests are not going to be that expensive. You want a random test for mold. That's the only issue you're going to have with the carpet. Maybe some outgassing. I don't think so, but you can check. And Rock would probably, over at American Restoration 24/7, he would probably have recommendations on which tests you want done to see that you're in a safe environment. And I don't blame you. Whether she has cancer or not, my heart goes out to you. Whether it's cancer or not, you should be concerned about the safety. But I guess what I'm not sure is why you assume they're going to do it half-assed. Is it because you don't have any faith in them? Is that bottom line?
Well, they're just pushing everything off in insurance. Well, contact your insurance. I think right now at this point in time, they've just taken a limited responsibility, even though that was their equipment that failed going into the building.
No, I understand that, and things happen. I mean, but they have insurance too, and they have to be doing it right. Someone should get a public adjuster involved, but I don't even know where you do that. I mean, I honest to God don't know where you do that, because you can't make them hire a public adjuster. Although these idiots should want a public adjuster. In fact, you should recommend it to them. You should say it would behoove them to get a public adjuster in order to make sure they get everything they have coming from their insurance.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some slowdowns near the center of town, starting just south of downtown on 25 southbound at Yale. We've got a crash with stop and go from Colorado Boulevard, about 10 minutes of delayed driving just north of there. I-25 northbound, it's a pretty usual stop and go between Alameda and Colfax. Up on the northeast end of town, I-270 westbound, regular congestion approaching Vasquez. Slow traffic back from I-70. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly cloudy skies out there. We are expecting scattered thunderstorms throughout the Denver metro and the Highland. High of 81 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 57. Tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms with a high of 78. The current temperature is 68 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Garage Kings is a place to get garage floor coatings or your sidewalks, your pool decks, your patios, even a concrete porch and steps. They're beautiful finishes. Garage King says the lowest price guaranteed, never a dime up front. You only pay when you're pleased with a completed job. Why don't you call Garage King 720-252-0370, the people we know and trust. GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370. I want to talk to you about something very serious right now, and it's something I'm glad we have available at referrals.com, and that's Joseph A. Lazzara. Lazzara Legal, Lazzara, is a criminal defense attorney. You know, people often say, why do you advertise for a criminal defense attorney? And I'll tell you why. Because not everyone charged is guilty, and sometimes people make stupid mistakes. And one thing they deserve is a criminal defense. And Joseph A. Lazzara does it in a great way. Free initial consultations, and then flat rate pricing. I hope to God you never need them, but you never want to shop when you do. You want to shop when the pressure's off. Put the name away. 303-429-6200. And again, I hope you never need them. I hope you never have to refer them. 303-429-6200.
Ready to light up your summer entertaining? Hi, this
10,000 of the seats inside of there have cold and hot wind blowing on you, different scents that can come out.
Right.
It's fucking crazy.
Now, there's been lots of little things like that for a long time.
Always in Utah. Okay. Utah's beautiful.
Ford has
a
an
drive.
F-150 experience room that's similar. It's only like 40 seats that spin around, spray you with water, get hot, get cold. You are the car being made. And it's
that's kind of cool.
Oh, it's awesome. And it's in a small dome.
Where is it?
Dearborn, Michigan, and in Detroit. You go to the Ford plant, and you go through this thing that you are the car experience. And so I can imagine that just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I could not imagine what they're doing inside the Sphere. I've heard wonderful things.
It's so cool, man.
Yeah.
And then that outside of it, it's the largest, I guess, screen in the world.
Yeah.
Here's what's crazy too. It cost $2.3 billion. Their brand new football stadium, Allegiant, only cost $1.9 million.
Well,
only. Yeah.
Mostly just seats and toilets and stuff.
That eyeball thing, oh man, it just looks so crystal clear.
Doesn't feel like summer, does it?
I don't like that all-electric Mustang, man.
No.
Michael and I have been talking about that.
It's so weird that it's a Mustang. It doesn't even look like one.
Right, it's more like a mom car.
Yeah, it is. It's like a, yeah, exactly. It's not a cool muscle car.
Nope.
Yeah, I know.
All right, here we go.
I wonder.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk to Jose, who's he has Rocky Mountain Sewer and Drain. It's a company on our referral list, referralist.com. Jose, what's going on with you? What's happening?
How you doing, Tom?
I'm doing fine. What's going on? What are you calling about, man?
Oh, yes, sir. So we started a project with this plumber. His plumbing company's named Cardinal Services.
Yeah.
We met him here in Cathedral area up here in Kissing Camels when he was doing a project for one of our contractors.
Now, this is in the Springs
And-
area, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it is.
And it's called Cardinal. You did work for Cardinal Services?
Yeah.
Okay. And
So-
are they an actual company, or are they just an aggregator? What are they? Do they have people? What work do they do?
He's a plumber. He
Okay.
does new plumbing for new homes. and
Okay.
stuff. So
Okay.
He does all the new stuff. Yeah.
Got it.
So the problem is, here's the thing, real quick. He wanted to hire us to dig his house for his new foundation, and he wanted us to trench his sewer, water, gas, electric, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he decided to go somewhere else with a different excavator.
Okay.
And so we just, it doesn't matter to us. We just let him go. And so he had a health issue after he dug his house. I don't know how long it was, and then he started texting me and asking me if we could help him out.
So you did work
with-
for him.
with-
So even though he turned you down in the beginning, you did some work for him. What work did you do?
We installed his sewer and water, brand new.
At his personal home?
Yeah, he's building a new house.
For himself?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, and we'll come back to it. So he's building a personal residence. You did some work for him. You installed sewer and water. We'll figure out the problem and what to do about it. We'll also talk to Marisol about a boat rental and Anthony about an apartment issue, plus Frank Duran, the real estate man, and Stephanie Thomas coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Why does Frank...
Top of the hour.
Bottom of my ass.
What's that? I got it at the end of this last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get one about every 2 years?
I do.
That's what I do.
Yeah, no, this one's great though.
It's actually really fast and touchscreen.
Yeah, that's what I like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Tom, you have to get a laptop about every 2 years, I think, to stay
Okay.
current.
Do you?
I think so.
Maybe. I have the M1
Oh, that's fun.
Mac but this thing I use for meetings. I have a 10 terabyte hard drive. And I have like a terabyte of RAM. I have the biggest laptop you can do over $6,000. And I didn't want to redo it. But it's got the M1 Max.
20-year-old sold himself into a pretzel.
Wow, man. I know.
I mean, it's
Oh, are you going to put it in the X-ray?
Staying up to date.
Okay.
But I forget when I bought this, but man, did I spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
It was $6,600 for a laptop, but it's extraordinary what's in it.
Yeah.
I mean, 10 terabyte drive.
Sure.
10 terabyte.
There he is.
So I put so many video projects.
With what you
Top of
do.
the hour.
Never. And it's fast. It's a 16 core.
How old is it?
The computer.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how to tell because I forget. I wonder if I see it back this Mac. It tells me. Okay, it is 2021.
Okay.
That's what it says. Mac Pro, MacBook Pro. It's the M1, 2021. So I usually do.
Is he talking about buying another laptop?
So it's coming up on just 2 years. So you might be right on that.
Your phone's like your computer too, though. I mean, how many times are we out on appointments and we got to stop somewhere and do a contract from our phone too? Sometimes, I like to screenshot it though, Steph. You know why? Because if the other side signs it, I've seen people do this before, not very often, but if they decide to pull it, I want to make sure I've received it. That it was signed. So
Right.
I screenshot them right away, or I'll print it right away. That's what I do.
Yeah, when I get offers, I PDF print them.
Yeah.
And then I would
Immediately.
send my clients the PDFs to review. I don't ever send them the live docs to review.
Right. Yeah.
Because I've had a deal years ago where I had the buyer on it, but the seller said they signed the wrong contract and signed ours.
Oh,
And meant
jeez.
to accept another one.
I've had that happen before too.
Yeah,
You gotta
and
be
then
so
we
careful.
had to. Well, my
You gotta be so careful.
my client wanted to enforce the contract.
Oh,
And
jeez.
yeah, so
Yeah, you get
we
into that
enforced
stuff,
it.
and I know.
It was ugly, but we closed it.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that happens. I try to avoid that, Stephanie, as much as I can.
Mhm.
You know, you try to learn from, you know, just stuff in the past. You say, okay, how do we get better?
Mhm.
We do team meetings. I'll do a lot of. Well, we'll do some in person. We do some Zoom, but when I do, I'll show the screen and we'll go through the contracts line by line. Watch out for this. Watch. In fact,
Yeah.
this right here, I keep it with me all the time.
Is that your
This is like one of the things I go through with my team. Like we go through contracts.
Is that your notes? Nice.
Oh yeah, these are my
Red line.
I constantly study them.
Mhm.
And then what I'll do is I'll put it on the screen on the Zoom and we'll go through it on team meeting. And I'll say, watch out for this, watch out for that.
Mhm.
If you get solar panels, watch out for this, be careful about that. And don't trust this because they say it's a general, it's a special warranty or whatever, you know. Yeah.
Sure.
It's just those little things are important.
No, I agree wholeheartedly.
What in the world? All right, whatever. Hmm. Do we have a few minutes?
Kissing Camels is one of those areas in town that's one of the, like a lot of gated communities,
what is it
real
called?
expensive. Kissing Camels, where they're talking about. That's a pretty high dollar area over there. Some of it's, you know, gated and.
Can you get comparable million for million, 2 million for 2 million? Can you get way more house down there?
You know, we were actually talking about that earlier. I'd been watching Denver's median price, and it had been about 200,000 more than the Springs, but now we're only a little over 100 apart. So our $1 million homes are, you know, still pretty.
Like in the Broadmoor area, are those homes old?
Mhm. A lot of them are.
So they would be massive maintenance.
A lot of it. The Broadmoor is one of those areas, though, that people just really want to be. So the value over there
What are
tends to
those?
stay high.
What are a big house over there go for?
Oh,
3?
they'll exceed $1 million.
4?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen some out there as high as 3 and 4 million. Some of those in that area, though, like that had a larger lot or bigger property. I've seen some just listings out there in that price point. So, yeah, that's one of those areas, though. A lot of the homes, even just the more typical home out there, is still going to be higher than our median all day long.
What was the story with the mayor in Springs? Why did they? I hear they elected a progressive liberal. They said he's very liberal. Mayor.
I didn't get real involved in that particular politics.
I'm just curious more than anything.
I know that a lot of people got behind this new mayor. You know, they said, I think his ethnicity played a part in that. People really wanted to get behind him for that. A lot of people liked his transparency. A lot of people talked about. I really don't know because I don't get to vote in the Springs. So, because where we are in Woodland Park, I don't get to vote. Different county. But a lot of people I've heard talk about that he had a lot of transparency, and people were real excited about that part of it. Colorado Springs, though, traditionally I felt was more conservative than Denver, so I'm surprised that.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Somebody who was more progressive and liberal.
Okay, no problem. Here, we'll get to you as soon as we can. Okay, hang on. Stop hanging up.
Everywhere that I see, it's almost like that we're conservative are gradually turning liberal. I mean, I see it all over. I mean, they're moving into parts of Texas and doing it, and parts of Arizona is all liberal.
I have 15 seconds here, guys.
I mean, seriously, it's amazing. I don't know. Are they having more babies? Is there just more of them?
don't know. A lot of the really, really liberal areas in our country, though, have gotten so bad that they're moving other places.
Stats show it. I mean, you can't even argue.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the fucking difference between the cities.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Are you looking for brand new air conditioning? 888heating.com wants to be your people. And they're also doing heat pumps with those to take some of the strain off of the gas furnaces, if you want. And they're electrifying a lot of houses in areas that don't have ductwork and need a solution. But whatever it is, 888heating.com wants to be your contractor, and they want you to put them to the test, the same equipment at lower price. 303-770-2776. Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino. Jose was telling me he owns Rocky Mountain Sewer and Drain, and he said he was doing a private job. Not a private job, a job on a private home for the owner of Cardinal Services. So he installed sewer and water lines on the personal residence. And what is his name, the owner that you did work for? What is his actual name? Let me bring you up here. Jose, there you go, Jose. What's his actual name?
I know his first name is Dan. I don't know if it's anything more than that, but all I have is Dan.
Well, hold on. You don't have a contract with him?
No, we didn't sign any contract because we knew him through
Okay,
the
got it.
contractor,
You
so
know,
we tried
I want to
work
say
with
this.
each other.
I want to say this to consumers listening, to listeners, that a lot of contractors do this by verbal. They do. I mean, a lot of contractors and subcontractors, they kind of say, hey, I need you to do this, I need you to do that, and they do it. And very seldom do they have a contract, and they just discuss a price. So what went wrong with this?
We're not getting paid for our service is what's going on.
How much you owed?
So right now he owes $4,000 for backfill. Well, finishing his backfill that the other excavator couldn't.
I just need to know total. What does he owe you?
$8,500 right now.
I'd lien the property.
Yeah, why don't you? And you better do it quickly because he's going to try to close that thing. This is a personal residence, right?
Yeah, it is. He owns the house. He's going to live there.
Jose, what is preventing you from leaning this?
I never had to do this before. You know, we're new.
Okay.
to this.
Now, do you not know how to do it? Do you need some help doing it?
Correct.
Okay. I personally, Mark, I don't know. What do you think? O'Brien Legal Services would be the one to do this?
I'd be curious what he would charge for the different steps. I'm not so sure I would pay anybody to send the intent to lien, but at $8,500, I might have an attorney actually go through with it after that.
Because you can add to the lien the legal fees. And can we ask O'Brien Legal Services if he does liens for contractors on properties, if he'll handle that? And then, hold on, okay? We're going to ask him. He doesn't even have to come on the air if he doesn't want to, Kachina. Just see if he does them. Hold on a sec, man, and we'll let you know. 303-713-8255. I know that Anthony's been waiting a while. Anthony, what's happening? Anthony? I hit you there, bro. What's going on, man? Okay. I'm getting a complex here. It might be his phone. Hey, Anthony, you still there? Yeah, your phone's cutting in and out, I think. You have an apartment issue, Anthony? Ah, doggone it.
We got to get a better signal on him.
Anthony, hang on a sec, okay, man? I don't want to hang up on you. You've been waiting a while. So let's see if we can reestablish that with Anthony. We're okay, and then Mike, you have a quick question. Go ahead, Mike. What's going on with you? Hi, Mike.
Yeah, I had a question about credit cards. That poor guy that's suffering without a pool pump on that exotic island. My heart bleeds.
Oh, man.
I never looked at it that way, actually.
Yeah. Well, my question is, at what point, I guess, when you exhaust all possibilities, and at what time period do you have, should you hit the credit card companies
You have
for a refund?
For normal disputes, 60 days. If it's fraud, they technically say there is no timeline, but most of the time after 6 months on fraud, you're screwed. But a normal dispute, they have to take on quality and all of that within 60 days.
It seems like some of these contractors try to run out the clock.
You know what? They might. They do not want you charging back. Do you know why they don't want you charging back other than losing the money? Do you know what the real reason is? Even if you charge back and then repay, do you know what the reason is?
No.
Well, merchants have ratings, and they pay rates based on ratings. And if they have a lot of chargebacks and a lot of problems, they're a higher risk. Just like
I never knew that.
Just like when they offer financing to people and people default, it's called their default rate. You'll hear, let's say like Rockies when they were in business. Rockies Autos had a lot of finance companies they worked with, right? And they would brag to the finance when they tried to bring on a new finance company. They tried to get the best rates they could by bragging about their low default rate. And why did they have a low default rate? Well, because Rockies offered to take recourse for the first so many months. That means if someone defaulted on a payment, Rockies would guarantee it, then they'd go out and hook the car. So you do a lot of harm to a merchant, not just one chargeback every now and then, but if you do chargebacks, if they get a lot of chargebacks, their rating falls with processors and they pay more.
Okay, well,
anyway.
that makes sense. Yeah, because I did buy a car from Rockies. I tried to finance it, but I couldn't get financing. I guess just not good enough credit, in spite of them having, I guess, 20 or 30.
Lenders.
Suppliers.
Yeah, they have a lot of lenders, or they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And So by the way, were you happy with your car at Rockies?
Mostly I might have paid. Well, you know what really I did not like is the selection. And I mean, this was a few years ago.
It started to wane a bit. But you know, Dave Rothrock is dead now, and it's such a tragic story. His son, one of his older sons, while he was alive, committed suicide, and his other one is in prison for, I think, probably life in Arizona for a shootout with the cops. And it was just a tragic story. But that dealership, for the amount of cars, do you know at one time they were selling 600 cars a month at one time in their heyday?
They used to have cars lined outside the fence right at the street level.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember that. Yeah.
And then the supply waned. I mean, And the complaint the complaints were unbelievably low for the amount of cars they sold. Unbelievable. Mark, don't you think it was incredible the few complaints we got about Rockies over the years?
I don't remember getting a complaint.
I know.
Well, that's not true. One Cadillac, and of course they bought it as is, and it was about 4 months later. I do remember this. And guess what Rockies did? It was something happened with it, like a fuel injector, something fuel related, maybe a fuel pump. They actually called in to the guy called in, and then Rockies took it and fixed it and gave it back to him, didn't charge him a penny. It's the only complaint I ever remember.
Then you know who the big dog was after Rockies as far as used cars. Who do you think? I'm talking about
probably like CarMax.
No, I'm talking about independent dealers.
I don't know who.
Oh, Sharpest Rides.
Oh, Sharpest Rides. Yeah.
They kick royal ass, or they were. Now, as far as, Mark, you're right, as far as the franchises, CarMax is huge. Huge.
They've changed the way people buy used cars. I mean, I think they're the ones with I think it's only a 3-day guarantee, but man, you can bring that thing to 5 different shops in 3 days.
Who does have the guarantee? Is it CarMax with a guarantee? Oh, 7 days.
I think it is 3
7 days, I think, right? Something like that.
Something like that. It's crazy, though.
And anyway, so, yeah, as far as the...
You know what I think happened to Rockies, though? I mean, I realized the guy had a lot of issues. Didn't one of his sons commit suicide?
That's what we talked about, Mark. Yeah, we talked about one...
But here's what I think really happened to Rockies. I think they got stuck in a time machine, man. There was a time and place where you go buy a used car, and it should be like a carnival, and I call it the 80s or 90s. They had popcorn machines, arcade games, a clown running around, the Shag Man, but then it just changed. Times changed, and people didn't want to buy a car at a carnival anymore, and they didn't adapt to that.
It wasn't so much that. Here's what happened. Dave was in an era where TV was supreme. So he could focus advertising on TV, and he did me with radio, and before me he did, who was it? Oh, God, Marvin. Jay Marvin, was it? Is that his?
Yeah, I think I remember that, actually.
Anyway, here's the deal. And then I endorsed them for a while, and they did TV. I did some of their TV as well. But here's the thing. They never could really adopt the technology, the apps, and the online advertising. They just missed the boat. They totally missed the boat. I remember being in meetings with Dave saying, bro, you got to get on the internet more. You have to have, they would never show prices. You know, now you go on the internet, you want to see a price on a car. You won't even call if you don't see the price. I mean, and he never would put prices on there. He wanted him to come in so he could, you know, wheel and deal. I'm not saying they charge outrageous prices, but it was just he never, ever embraced technology, ever. He hated it. He hated technology. And I said, this is going to be your downfall. People want to shop online. They'll go out to your dealership, but first, why would you drive all over town? First, you're going to go to the internet. That's what you're going to do every time. Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me get to... I got to take this quick break. We got more coming right up. Did Brad say he would do the liens? He didn't answer. Okay.
Still watching for that O&E, Tom. It hasn't come yet. I'm still watching for it. I told him it was a big rush, but...
You know, there are a lot of companies right now trying to get your business for hail damage repair. And some of them offer things like, hey, you know what? We'll pay your deductible for you. Or after the job's done, we're going to rebate money back to you. You should be very suspect about that. I want to talk to Mark Szymanski at Genesis Total Exteriors. He's out and about. He brags about his company because he loves the fact that he can do everything from the roof down to everything, including painting, siding, windows, doors, decks, railings, all of it under one invoice, one company to deal with. Mark, what do you think about competing with those people? They give those unrealistic promises. They're going to rebate thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And I even had a customer today. She has a $10,000 deductible, and she goes, well, you know, you need to cover that. And I go, number one, that's illegal. It's
that's
just
right.
Something you should not be doing. And also, you should only be dealing with people that are members of the CRA, Colorado Roofers Association. And we sign a code of ethics that's something we don't do because it's against the law. And we don't want to be breaking the law because if you get caught, it could be costing a lot more than the $10,000 trying to get back free.
And also, they also don't give full and complete contracts, which is also against the law.
That's correct. And they're you know, you're dealing with somebody shady, and it's all. It's like, well, we'll give it back to you, and then I mean, good luck. Does it really happen that way? Oh, it's a side deal, and then now it's time to come pay the bill. Oh no, you got to pay us the full amount.
And you can, and what they don't tell you, Mark, what they don't tell you is that your insurance company can demand that money.
That is correct, especially like this one today. I mean, if they found out she only paid 25 instead of 35,
right?
You bet she would be responsible to pay the insurance company back.
That's exactly right. And you know what? Mark Szymanski's been around a long time. Like, he's not going to jeopardize his career, his trade for a quick buck. He wants to make sure he does things honestly and above board, and he will do that for you. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Hey, speaking about honest and above board, what about an investment where you have a written guarantee not to lose a dime? Think about that. It can happen. What about this? Not only do you have a guarantee you won't lose a dime, you won't lose a dime of principal, plus you won't lose a dime of anything you've earned up to that point. That's right, and a guaranteed income for life. All of that can be had at mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600. That's 779-6600. And speaking of cash and money and finances, what about some extra cash, real quick cash, like DavidEllisJewelry.com? He buys jewelry. He'll buy the junk. He'll buy the used, the antique, the vintage. If it has precious metals, he'll buy it. For the junk, he'll weigh it and pay it. And for the other stuff, he'll give you a fair price. At least you're not meeting someone from social media on the street somewhere. You're going to a store and a name we've trusted for 40 years. DavidEllisJewelry.com, 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779.
What's going on, Dragon? How's life? No, wait.
Weren't you just in Utah?
It's Thursday. Oh.
You were just in Utah, weren't you? What part? Was it Salt Lake? Yeah, we're in Heber City. Do you know where that's at?
It's right near...
it's right by Provo, basically.
Well, no, it's right by... What's the ski town we were in?
Oh, Park City.
Yeah, right where the Olympics were. That I fucking knew it. We never did ask, but you can see them right there. I was like, that's got to be leftover Olympic shit. So I grabbed a skateboard and I said, fuck it, I'm doing it, Jack. And I landed it, man. I landed it big time.
I mean, talk about not neutral, of course.
He landed it all right.
All right. I got my dog a new toy. It arrives by 9 o'clock tonight.
My goodness,
it's a bark collar.
That was a creepy house. Like I couldn't get out of there fast enough. You know?
It says this thing can stop a rhino.
And my client was all about like the house and the location, and wasn't as bothered by all of that as I was.
That's true.
That was a.
Hey, did you watch that show? What's that show on HBO we were watching where they put that dude in the bark collar and torture the shit out of him? No, it's a show on HBO. It's fucking gory.
The Idol?
The Idol. Have
With
you seen that?
With The Weeknd? It's like he's just trying to push his music.
It's
terrible.
I'll definitely watch the last episode of it, so there's that. But it is fucking strange, man.
It's like The Weeknd is trying to get Johnny Depp's daughter famous or something through his music. I mean, this is my sum up. It just all the music sounds just like The Weeknd's music. I like a few of his songs. Oh yeah,
all day long.
It got what it takes.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, let's go to the phones. We have a lot to talk about here. Now, we're still waiting to hear on the lien to refer. Did we hear? Okay, we're still waiting to hear for Jose. Jose, we may have to call you back, bro, but we will find out for you on who you should call, and they can put, when you pay your attorney's fees, you can add that to the lien. So I would do that if I were you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, Hetty worked.
Oh, hi, Tom.
With Smarty Marty, and she had called and was very frustrated because What happened was, Hetty, you had a refrigerator you bought from Lowe's, and you had the manufacturer's warranty plus a Lowe's warranty. And I guess what pissed you off, or what was made you upset, is you weren't getting results. Then you worked with Smarty Marty, right? You hadn't called Lowe's, and he suggested you call Lowe's?
Correct. Yes, I didn't know who to talk to over there, and I was going to find out if you had an angel at Lowe's.
And so what happened after you talked to us?
Well, Smarty Marty really worked hard on it. Oh, he called a lot, and he was able to talk to the manager at Lowe's, and he just couldn't have been nicer. I think it was because of Smarty Marty.
Oh, that's good.
And he was able to get us a new refrigerator.
That's wonderful. How old was that refrigerator?
4.5 years.
Wow, and you got a brand new one.
We got a brand new refrigerator.
That is wonderful. Hey, you're asleep at the wheel, bro. I don't have my dinger in my hand. You got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate it. Oh,
thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, Hetty, thank you for letting us know Smarty Marty gets the dinger today. That's wonderful. A 4-year-old, but it was under warranty, and they couldn't find the part. They couldn't replace it. They couldn't fix it. So they replaced it. And Smarty talked him into it. Well, he said they were good people to begin with. He said they're really good people, and he wanted everyone to know that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Wayne, by the way, is with WDN Firearms Training on a referral list at referralist.com. You have a comment on roofing. Go ahead, Wayne.
Yeah, I'm in the process, Tom. Thanks for taking my call, by the way, and kudos to Lowe's. I really like Lowe's.
Yeah.
They do a lot for veterans.
Good people.
But I'm in the process of selling my house, and we went through an inspection, and the inspector said the roof needs to be looked at by a roofer. And we were under the gun. We had to have the counter offer back by 6 p.m. And I called Excel Roofing, and I'm telling you, they jumped through hoops to get a roofer out here so I could get that contract emailed back in. And within an hour, they had a roofer out here that came up and inspected my roof and told us everything that it needed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And they don't do blank contracts. They don't do penalty clauses if you change your mind. They don't take any money up front. They're good people at Excel, excelroofing.com. Thank you for letting us know that. Now, I want to ask you a question on the firearms training. Is there an uptick in firearms training or a downtick for people getting firearms and learning?
Well, in the Denver metro area, the market's kind of been saturated. Most people that wanted one already have some kind of training and got their carry permit.
Okay.
What I'm seeing is a trend towards younger people that are just coming of age to get that permit. So that's kind of on an uptick, but I'm not in the middle age range and elderly people. That's really slowed down.
And again, proper training is critical. Even if you don't get a concealed carry permit, just proper training is critical if you're going to have a firearm. Otherwise, it's going to work against you.
If you got to handle it safely, and if you're going through training where they just do this classroom lecture stuff, you're wasting your money. You got to have hands-on training. And all our instructors are police officers, SWAT guys. We give excellent one-on-one, hands-on training.
All right. Well, thank you. And I'm going to give out your number here. It's WDN Firearms Training on a referral list at referralist.com. And is that the number for firearms right there? Is that their number? 720-271-3267. Thank you very much.
You know, alcoholism, substance abuse, these things can cause trauma, anxiety, depression in your life. But on the other hand, listen to this, trauma, anxiety, and depression can also lead to alcoholism and substance abuse. That's why the Rally House is around. You got to check these guys out. If you or someone or a loved one or someone you know is being, I don't know, they're changing. You can see that they're drinking too much. They're doing different drugs. They're getting depressed. I want you to call and talk to the guys at the Raleigh House. They're great people. We've been talking about them for years. 720-891-4657. 720-891-4657. I also want to tell you about Amrest. Maybe your house is flooded, like a lot of callers with all the rain we've had in the past couple months. A lot of people are getting water into their basement, water into their kitchen, that first floor. Maybe you're in a condo and you're getting it from the place above you. Maybe there's asbestos. Maybe there's mold. Maybe there's been meth in your house. It doesn't matter what it is. Fire, flood, broken pipes, mold, crime, even unattended death, asbestos. You need someone that knows how to go in and mitigate the damages, get rid of the stuff, and a company that can actually do the next process and do the rebuilding for you. That's American Restoration 24/7. This is one of the numbers you want to write down now, because when one of these things happen, and if you own property, eventually one of those things will happen, you need to know who to call, who's not going to rip you off, and who's going to do the job right. That's American Restoration. The owner is Rock. Great guy. 833-7-AMREST. 833-7-AMREST. Hey, Dragon. Are we back? I didn't. Oh, you're just not sending me music down the pipe. I get it.
Right, you want the spots or no? If you want them, I'll send them to you.
No, I don't want them. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. All right, cool.
No. Hey, all the bookies in Europe, who do you think they think the cocaine belonged to at the White House? You can literally bet on it.
Seriously?
Seriously,
I mean,
man.
The easy money would be Hunter, but
that's where he's the favorite.
I mean, then there's any number of staffers, and then you got security people, then you got tour people, so it's really hard to say.
Biden's number one, man. It's
oh yeah.
Plus I think 170. You bet 100, you win 170.
Yeah, that sounds.
Or no, you would win. You bet 100, you win 170.
Yeah.
But I mean, they come out and say it was Biden.
Yeah, I'm surprised more drugs haven't been found at the White House over the past, several decades. You gonna tell me
30 years.
You gonna tell me Clinton never did blow?
Oh, how about JFK? You know
Exactly.
JFK.
Exactly. So
Tom used to have like a 3-minute drive.
Doesn't bother me.
Remember?
He was probably snorting coke off of Marilyn Monroe's ass.
Still not that far away though, really.
No, either house. But mostly, I do the show from the house.
Yeah.
And then,
well, you have that set up so nice over there, though.
I love that studio.
Honestly, when I saw it on YouTube, I honestly thought it was a place here in the building. I didn't know that was at your house. I didn't know that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a real studio.
Yeah, it looks really good.
You know, after COVID, it was just the logical thing to do because we got stuck for so long. It was,
oh gosh,
frick! I know. It was almost a year, and then.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Sal Martino Show.
I don't ever want this to happen again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you're prepared, man. You remember when they were howling like wolves or whatever at night?
For what, girl?
You know what I did? I started a page.
Who was howling?
when COVID happened, every night.
Yeah, they
everybody
were
was
howling in
People?
support.
Okay.
At a certain time, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
And did you have?
So I put
Yeah,
together
they
a
were
praise
shouting
service
from the
at a
rooftops,
Hollywood,
Tommy.
Praise God. So everybody together at the same time, we had a praise
Yeah,
Jesus
I was
page.
on your Facebook page.
Was that yeah?
Yeah, I was on that.
Oh, are you talking about the woman that called in that was saying that she was fired? Yes. What's your name?
All right, 15 seconds, guys.
That's cool. How Mark asked me to. He wanted me to plug in this or something for a minute. Does this talk to Mark? No. Okay.
I don't think it does.
He asked me to, I don't know what he was asking.
I don't. Oh, he's. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, I think that we have Anthony back that had a bad line. Was he the one? So let's go to him. He's been waiting a while. Anthony, I want to get back to you. Go ahead, Anthony. I know you've been waiting before and you had a bad line. What's happening?
So we're currently living at a apartment complex where we're being forced to move out of the apartment complex.
Why?
They did give us about 60 days ago that we had to be moving out of the apartment
But
due
why?
to them
Why?
renovating.
Oh, they're renovating. Okay, so it has nothing to do with non-payment or anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay.
And so we kind of started looking for another place to live. About a month ago, we decided to contact them back to tell them that we wanted to re-sign our lease. And throughout that month, we had a very, very hard time getting a hold of the apartment complex.
Well, hold on. So you wanted to come back after it was renovated and stay there?
Yes, they were going to move us into a different unit if we had to, but they've been very incommunicative. They haven't communicated with us very well about this.
Okay.
We've been reaching out to them almost on a daily basis, emails, everything else. There's also other reviews that I've just got online, and it's the same thing, that people's dealing with the same situation with them being forced
By the way,
out.
are you out of there right now?
No, I'm actually on my last 3 days in there, and they just started communicating with us, and they gave us some outrageous numbers of a move-in fee that we have to come up with to move back into another unit.
Wait a minute. So they're telling you you have to leave. You knew about this a while ago, and now they're and they said, and we will put you in another unit. Is that right?
Yes, we have a lease agreement already printed up and everything.
On the new unit. On the new unit.
On the new unit, but they just started communicating about a day ago, and that's when they dropped a bill on us for about $4,500
now
to just move into the place.
Wait, what does 4,500 represent?
It's representing a deposit fee, as well as the first month's rent, a prorated amount of rent, and our prorated amount of rent in the place that we live at.
No, well, that's pretty normal, right? Won't you get the deposit that you have back anyway? Don't you have a deposit on the other one?
Yes, and that'll be a process as far as them having to go through the checklist and them going through their process.
Right. And how much is that? How much is that deposit?
I think that was we paid a lower deposit at that time. I think it was like $500 for the move-in.
Okay. So if you go to rent anywhere, aren't you going to have to pay a deposit and a first month's rent anyway?
Yes, we would have to do that. But as far as just them communicating and
no, I get it. You would have liked to have known so you could find another place too. But were you waiting on them? Were you not? Were you thinking you were just going to move into a new place and there wasn't going to be any deposit and there wasn't going to be any kind of? What were you? Tell me what you were expecting. What were you expecting?
We would be. We were thinking somewhere in the lines of anywhere from a normal deposit of $250 to $500 for the deposit, and as well as just maybe them working with us with the deposit, being that they were making us move.
Yeah, no, I get it. So really, what's weird is if they're renovating your place, they shouldn't charge you anything against your old deposit. I mean, they're going to renovate it anyway, right?
Yes, that's
I mean,
correct
in other
as
words,
well.
they're going to put in new carpet and all that stuff anyway, right?
Right.
So why would they even care about your deposit? They should just refund it. But no matter what, even if they refunded the deposit, that'll still leave you with a bill of $4,000. But so here's what they want you to do. They want you to pay. Did you pay for July yet?
That's our last prorated amount of rent, and that's due on today, which is the 7th.
And that would have been part
it'll
of
be,
that would have been part of the 4,500, right?
Yes, that would be.
Okay, so you would have to pay 6 or 7 days for July, maybe 8 days for July, and then you have to pay the rest of the rent for the new place, plus you have to pay a deposit and first month's rent, or last month's rent,
sir.
whatever.
Is the problem you just simply don't have the cash?
And yeah, it's almost to the point where we do have the amount of money that we need, but it's also leaving my family to the point where we're gonna have nothing. We've reached out to rental assistance to try to get some type like Colorado rental assistance. They have to have a printed up lease, which we just got a day ago.
No,
but
I
if
know
would've been
they have.
communicating with-
I know what you're saying. They have not been very forthcoming with communication. That puts you in a bind.
Yeah.
But were you looking around just in case when they weren't answering you? Were you looking around? Did you find anything that might be a better place to move?
Not really. We in the areas that we had been looking, they were looking for a move out date in mid-August, and kind of just some places weren't until September. The houses that we were looking for, they also have to have the first month's rent and deposit, but a lot of times the houses are more expensive than a townhome would be.
Okay, but this other apartment they found for you, is it in the same complex?
Yes, it is.
Is it
like?
I wonder if we can appeal to them.
Is it already renovated, the new one? Hold on, Mark. I agree with you, by the way. So the new one you're getting into is already renovated. You want to stay there. You have everything you need, except it's going to put you really short. And so, how long did they say it would take you to get your $500?
They didn't really give us a time on that. They have to do the assessment on the apartment before we move out, and our move out date is on the 11th. So we just have a few days in there to kind of figure out where we're going as a family. And
now,
how much do you need, man?
the most important thing is just being able to continue feeding my family. As far as
how many in your
we're
family?
Not missing much, but I have 5 kids.
Holy moly, you're an active guy.
Do you work?
Yeah, I work full time, and I kind of do side jobs as well.
Mm-hmm. What about your wife? She takes care of the kids, I take it.
Yeah. So I only have 2 kids from her. My other 3 are from a past relationship. So she's right now just got back from maternity leave, and she's kind of working full time. She works for Denver Health, and
wow.
We're just
Anthony. What I'm trying to Anthony. What I'm trying to understand is, are you looking for like a loan until the deposit comes back? What do you need?
He said it's going to cut him short.
Like this to be
go ahead.
Brought to attention what these apartments have been doing, and like there's also other reviews that are the same thing, that people are forced to move out and pay these fees that they have, and with no choice. I mean, like if it was my choice, I would have stood in my unit and they could have renovated when I moved out, you know.
I think we have let's have Marty call over there, Tom. But the other thing is, Anthony, I mean, I don't know how else to ask this question, so I'm going to ask it again.
Ahead, ask it.
What do you need? Like, if I was to give you a few $100s, does that help you out?
If we were to take money out of the
anything would help.
Okay, Mark, why don't we ask Suze about our account, that one account we have for people, and just have her text me.
Yeah, And yeah, we'll figure that out. But what I'm thinking too is it going to be a loan? That's what I'm trying to get from him.
No. Here's what I think. I think let him keep that. Look at this guy's working his ass off. His wife is working full time, and she has 2 kids. I'm all for help. I'm all for helping these people. I just want to know how much we have to deal with in our account, and then also, just hang on, okay? Okay,
Suzanne, what do we got in?
Just hang on. We'll do that off the air, Anthony. I mean, we'll come back to you on the air, Anthony. Hold on. So, yeah, just let us know, Mark, off the air, and that'll be good. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Got to help these kids out. This is when people like this. I say I help people that work.
Tom, so Title's asking me if, on that O&E, they're checking into it, if either Maria or Jose had passed. Do we know?
Okay. I think she said mom and dad passed.
They both passed, but I just need to know who's on title right now.
That's so what she's saying here.
Is the mom and dad both on title still?
Yeah, we're gonna see
They're
here.
gonna need
So
death
she's
certificates,
saying.
They're gonna need all kinds of things.
So nothing has been recorded, which is fucking good.
She says they're working on it as fast as possible. I do see the sellers listed as Jose and Maria Pacheco. Do you know if they're both alive or one has passed?
What does that mean, sellers?
The owners.
The owners.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
As much as I can.
Hold on.
Yeah, the title usually.
Hold on, guys. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place that I know and trust, people that I use to help me plan for retirement. You know, everyone needs some help getting ready for retirement. It doesn't matter if you have 401ks and IRAs and pensions and all that. What do you do with it? You don't just draw it down. They put together a comprehensive plan, which includes insurance, estate planning. They do it all. And then, of course, they refer you to people on our referral list as well. But what they do is coordinate, and they've been helping people for years. It's a family-owned and operated operation, people you can trust. Now, they have very modest fees, but it really is transparent. And you really don't notice it because they save you so much money in what they're doing. They take away all the waste and help you shore up where you're weak. I'm going to give you a number to get a free consultation. They'll come to you. They'll meet with you as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable. All walks of life, all ranges of wealth. You don't have to be rich to call them. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com. Hey, when we are talking about window coverings, talk Made in the Shade. I want you to remember that name only, just Made in the Shade. And then you call them. I'll give you that number. They're on referralist.com, Made in the Shade. They meet all price budgets and, you know, within realistic means, and they'll do whatever window coverings you want. They can be high-tech, low-tech shades, shutters, blinds, curtains. They call them soft goods and hard goods. Give them a call for a free estimate, and they will even measure everything for you for that estimate. It's a one-stop shop for everything. 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. You just heard Mark on the show talking about people that are knocking on doors, using high-pressure tactics, not giving you complete contracts and promising to cover deductibles and other gimmicks. Please don't do this. Go with a company that has like a 25-year history here with me, Genesis Total Exteriors. From the roof, soffits, fascia, siding, windows, doors, decks, railings, fences, painting. They can do it all, and they do it all on one invoice, one source you got to deal with. That's it. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. 303-679-8509. Now, if you are hurt in an auto accident, you can call a bunch of shysters you hear on the radio and TV. Now, of course, they're not all shysters. Some of them are good people, but they just want the big cases. What you want is someone who will take your case and work it and not judge it for whether it's big, medium, or small. He'll take all cases, as he said, because you never know where the big cases are, and he will fight tenaciously for you to get the damages you deserve in a case. He will work with you personally. That's his pledge. He will never take a case where he cannot work it personally. You'll get his cell phone number. You will talk to him. You will text with him. That's John Fuller. F-U-L-L-E-R, Fuller, John Fuller, Fuller Law. Find him at referralist.com. Here's his website, myaccidentlawyer.co. 303-597-4500. Is there a way to talk? To Mark right now?
Yes, you put on your headphones and you talk into the mic.
Oh, Mark?
Yes.
How much should we do for this family? I really want to help him. You want to do 500 or 1,000?
I tried to ask him 100 times what he's looking for.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
He just told us it's gonna put him on the edge, and he'll get that 500 back. I don't want to make it alone. So what should we make it? 500, 600, 800, 1,000? What do you think?
I don't know, man. I mean, once again, I kept trying to ask him. I was trying to get that number out of him. I don't think the guy's full of shit. I think whatever he tells us will be a pretty real deal.
All right.
Probably a bit prideful to say on air. Do you want us to ask him off air?
Hold on. That might be a...
In a tactful way, yes.
Yeah, let me. I'll talk to him off the air, okay?
There you go.
Thanks, Mark. Hold on.
5 kids. Holy moly.
Anthony? Yeah. This is Tom. We're off the air right now. So listen, man, if we were to help you, you said it's going to make your family tight. How tight? Like, in other words, you'll eventually get that 500 back, or you should. We'll fight for that. But what's going to help you out right now? Just give us an honest amount of what will help you out to take the nerves and anxiety out of this. All right. You hold on, bro. Okay, hold on.
What do you say? Dragon, tell him to tell me what he said.
All right.
We got
What do
10
you say?
seconds.
We got 10 seconds. He said, well, to get through this and stuff, a couple $100 or a few hundred. This guy's sincere as shit. We're gonna give him 5. I hit it wrong. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button. Hi. Am I back? Yeah. Hi. Tom Martino here. Sorry. 303-713. Talk a little technical glitch here. I pressed the wrong button. All right. Let's. We got a lot of things brewing here, so I want to talk to Anthony again. Anthony.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I know I talked you off the air, and what you're asking for is modest. I mean, it's just, you're a good guy. I can tell. We're going to verify your story just to make sure you're a real person, okay? Not a meth head. All of that. That's just normal stuff, okay? And, you're and your wife, you have 2 kids there, and you have another 3, but here's the deal. You're both working full-time. You have an apartment that was being renovated. They moved you out, but to get you into another one, they want all kinds of money up front, and it's going to cut you short. You do have money. You were honest enough to tell us that, and we would like to give you $500 toward that.
That would help me so much, man. I wasn't expecting that.
I know you weren't.
I appreciate it.
And we're just, now you understand, we just got to do your we just want, not background, but we just need to verify who you are and all that, because a lot of people call us, Anthony, and we want to help people who are working to help themselves, okay?
Hey, the other thing is, let's have Marty call over there and try to put the squeeze on him to get something else done.
Maybe
guys,
a lower deposit or
sucks.
something. Maybe a lower deposit or something, since they're
just transfer it over. It's ridiculous they want another deposit.
Right, or transfer it over at least to give them credit for it right away so they don't have to wait. I mean, because if they say something like, well, this is a new apartment, all that, the other one is not new, and they're going to repaint and re-carpet and all that, why would they even need the deposit? Anthony, stay in touch with us and let us know everything's going well, okay?
Okay.
You hang on. Kachina Kalori's going to talk to you off the air about getting money to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Sure thing, bro. 303-713-8255. Mark, what is this call Patricia wants to comment on from yesterday on
oh, my God,
Brewski's
man.
Bar? What happened?
Yeah, so listen, this woman calls in, and she got fired. Now, the reason they told her she got fired from this Brewski's bar, according to her, is she was stealing chicken nuggets out of the freezer and bringing them home or something like that. But what she brought to everybody's attention, and once again, this is all her, is that the owner is a real piece of work. You know, he liked playing grab ass with her, and she refused to sleep with him. And that is why she got fired,
Patricia,
according to her.
What comment do you have? Do you know anything about this?
Yes, I actually worked there. I've worked there for over 4 years now. Everything she said yesterday was kind of like, it was just crazy to hear her side of the story because, first of all, she was dating the owner, and they were dating for a while. He was pretty much the reason why she kept her job there.
She kind of lied about that. She kind of lied about that yesterday. I asked her that. I said, were you guys dating? And she said, well, one time we were drunk and we had little kisses.
So, Patricia, we need to make this straight then. Are you saying that Melissa from yesterday was lying about Brewski's mostly?
She was, correct. Yeah, one of the regulars actually went in and they told me about the radio and her being on there. And I listened to it and I was like, well, like this is like it was just lie after lie after lie, and
well, then that's
I'm not gonna lie,
that's not fair to the owner. Then, if she accused him of that, Patricia.
No, absolutely, yeah. And they dated for a while. Like I said, the reason why she kept her job had to do a lot with her because she worked only 1 day a week, and that was Sunday night. And every single week she would try to get the day off. Like she would try to call out. She had an excuse every day. She couldn't work 1 day a week.
As far as you know, did she actually steal chicken nuggets?
That's not why she got fired. She got fired because they're very specific about giving out free drinks, and she was constantly giving out free drinks, and they're very big about that. Like, to them, they're giving out, like money.
Okay. Well, Patricia, thank you for calling in and giving that comment. We do appreciate it. People, keep an open mind on Brewski's Bar. We don't have control over a lot of people that call in with stuff, so thank you very much. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. So, my take on some of these girls, these younger girls, they're obsessed with being popular now.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Dragon, tell Frank to hit the button so he can hear me.
It's a fucking obsession.
Yeah, I think you pushed my button, not yours.
I got them both on.
Social media, God almighty.
Frankie!
Mark, hey, can you hear me, Mark?
Yeah, what are you up to, man?
Hey, buddy, how you doing, man?
Do your kids have
I'm doing good. How was your 4th?
You know what? Nice and quiet. Peaceful. How about yours?
We saw fireworks from a pretty far distance, but that was it. You know, we went out to eat. We're having a really good time on the trip.
Yeah,
man.
we were in Grand Junction. Hi, Frank.
Hey, Suzanne, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good. So you guys are in Utah now, huh?
In Utah now. Yeah.
Right outside of Park City, man. It is beautiful. It's where the Olympics were back in, what was it, 04 or something like that.
I was going to tell you, that's a beautiful drive. When we go to California, we drive through. It's a long drive, but it's a beautiful drive.
Gorgeous.
It's
Utah's
absolutely gorgeous.
So pretty.
We didn't know how nice Grand Junction was. It is beautiful as well. Lots of different hiking trails, a lot of water.
Just
really for Colorado.
Hot. It was just really hot in Grand Junction.
Guys, that's cool. That's so awesome. Are you guys gonna be gone for a little while?
No.
We're back. I think Sunday. Sunday or Monday.
We're driving to Fort Collins on Saturday.
We'll spend one
there.
day in Fort Collins and home.
Enjoy, guys. Hey, I'm gonna send you my driving, guys. Hold on.
This is kind of the prep.
I put a driving in my backyard, guys. Here we go.
What do you mean?
I'll show you. I just sent it to you.
Oh, let me see. Text?
Yeah. Says they're closing down all the last drive-in.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I saw that, Frank. That was so cool. I forgot to show Mark. Dang it.
Oh, my God. What is that thing? That's a screen?
Yeah, so we bought a screen and a projector.
How big is that?
16 feet.
Holy moly, you got a movie theater in your backyard.
Yep.
Awesome.
I was telling Stephanie you got to put on all the mosquito repellent, though, because you'll get bitten up. But, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this year's crazy
But
with
the weather's
mosquitoes.
horrible, though.
Man, this is unbelievable. How long does it take to inflate?
Probably a couple minutes, because we have that motor.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
yeah.
The hardest part was figuring out, when we first did it for the first time, is just getting everything figured out, which we probably had within 20 minutes.
How about audio? What do you use?
We have a boombox, so that just goes on Bluetooth, and it just plays on a boombox.
Wow, what kind of projector did you get? What brand?
I don't know the brand, Mark, but we bought it with the inflatable.
Oh, it's just a kit. That's cool.
Did you have a bunch of people over for your debut?
No, just myself, my wife, my son. But you know what? Now my son's
cool.
inviting everybody down, guys. So I'm probably
What
gonna have.
movie did you? What was the first movie?
We watched the Avengers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it bright? Is it nice and bright?
Oh yeah, it's like
Did
being
you
at the
see this?
movies. It really is.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
I'm
picture.
showing Mark your Facebook
You can
post.
put like oh yeah, look at that. You can probably put like Netflix or anything, right?
Anything you want. You can watch the fights on MMA or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool. Football Sunday, Frank's house.
That's right.
Party at Frank's house.
Come on down, guys. We'll have barbecue.
Wow. That's pretty cool, man. That's a cool little treat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What did the kit run, if you don't mind me asking?
So we got all of that, including the projector, under 500.
Wow, that's not bad at all.
That wasn't
man.
bad.
And does that include whatever you blow it up with, the motor?
Yeah, that's everything. So it's like those motors you use for the jumping slides. It's not that big, but it blows it up like within 2 minutes, if that.
Yeah, that's really cool, man.
Yeah.
No, we love it out here, man. This area is really cool. We were looking at their building looking right over the reservoir in Park City.
Oh, nice.
And the ski resort, one of them, is directly behind where they're building. And they had a big sign up. It's like, you can see the construction going on. It's brand new.
That's
and
awesome.
I said, call that number. I want to see how much one of those units are. And shockingly, 1.6 for 1,100 square feet. I was like,
wow,
holy moly. But it's right at the bottom of the ski hill, and I started thinking, really, what you'd be doing more than anything is renting it out. I mean, that's, you
Sure.
wouldn't live there. You would rent it out. It's at the bottom of the slopes.
That's still pretty cool, though. Gee. So,
So
are
they
you
asked
taking
for-
your RV, Mark? Is that where you're at in your RV?
Yeah, we're in it right now.
Yep.
There's
So
an RV, Mark.
Yeah.
Don't you go fall in love when I take it when I'm leaving next month.
Shitter's full.
Right. Oh, man. Too many times.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite movies, man.
Oh, that's the best. We watch it every year.
Yep. We've watched it probably 5 times every year, so there.
5 times every year.
I probably drive Suzanne crazy, not only at home, but here. I fall asleep to Seinfeld every night, dude.
And then when we wake up and don't have internet, Frank, he's like, we can't get our YouTube TV. He's like, I'll put Seinfeld on. I'm like, I listen to Seinfeld all night long. I
Love
need something
Seinfeld.
different.
You wake
Love
up
the sign.
having dreams and cold sweats about Seinfeld, guys.
Oh, jeez.
There's times I wake up and I'm laughing. I'm legitimately laughing from whatever episode's going on in my sleep. It's like I'm monitoring it. It's crazy.
That is so. I think one of the funniest episodes was the meat slicer one.
Oh yeah, where he kills the cat.
Yeah.
And then later on in not the very last episode by far, but the second part. No, wait. I'm trying to get this right. It's when he goes on Johnny Carson. Actually, it's not Johnny Carson. It's who was the guy doing the Tonight Show? Letterman, maybe.
Or Leno.
And George runs into the guy from L.A. Law in the back,
All right.
and he's pitching that for a story. And she wants me to buy her a brand new cat when she had an old cat.
That is so funny, man. Did you ever see Jason Alexander? He did, he sings "Believe It or Not." What was that called? The Greatest American Hero.
Believe it or not,
Yeah, that one.
I'm walking on air.
So he's on a talk show and he actually sang that live for somebody, and that's their voice recording when you call their phone.
He goes, wait. George isn't home. Leave me a message. Oh, I can't think of it, but it's really good.
Is that fun?
All right, 15 seconds here, guys.
See you guys. God bless.
Same. Look at this. What is it? Mosquito repellent. I was reading to light coffee grounds on fire like a citronella.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice. Garage doors, the people that I call whenever I have a garage door issue, they're great people. They have 24/7 service. If you ever need it around the clock, you can't get your door closed, they're there. And they service the entire Front Range, oneclearchoicedoors.com. All of their prices are on that website. Everything. That's how proud they are. Any door, any part of the door, any part of the opener, anything. That's oneclearchoicedoors.com. 720-370-3987. oneclearchoicedoors.com. All right. So we have a lot to talk about. We got Frank Duran, the real estate man, with us from RE/MAX Alliance. We have Stephanie Thomas with us from the Springs area, Coldwell Banker, and we're talking about real estate, where we're talking about real estate and Zillow and market valuations. And there's no way that a computerized program will give you an accurate price, but what you do is you get these guys to do free market valuations of your home, and they'll tell you what it will sell for and what you're going to net and what you can find. Right now they say that inventory is very low, so even though prices came down a bit with high interest rates, they're creeping back up again. Are you getting bidding wars, though? Any of you getting bidding wars on houses?
I'd say from about the third week of February on, Tom, we've been seeing a lot more bidding wars. So now I'd say probably about 98% of them we get bidding wars.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too, especially in lower price points, you know, when you have more buyers competing for the same properties. So we're definitely seeing that a little bit too.
Okay. Reasons for selling. You asked Frank. You were talking to each other about it. You call it either choice or what?
I was
necessity.
Asking,
what are the two categories you gave?
Possibility or necessity.
Possibility or necessity, meaning, hey, let's go and let's do something exciting. We want something new. Or necessity. Give me an idea of what a necessity. Changing jobs and stuff.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot more necessity lately than probably in 10 years.
Than choice.
Exactly. And a lot of it's job transfer, or another thing I'll get is cost of living. That's a big I'll get, that they're selling for a cost of living to move out of state.
They want to go cheaper?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I'm here in Texas and Florida and Carolina, some places.
Stephanie, so are you getting most people who are doing it for choice or for necessity?
So a lot of times when I see that necessity move, it's military driven a lot in our market because we have so much of that going on. But you know what I am seeing a lot is when we have our military members moving into our area, it's an extreme shock value at how high our pricing is compared to a lot of places around the country. You know, the BAH that they allow, the military allows, called a basic housing allowance, essentially, where they will help offset some of that cost of living. It just doesn't compensate for what our current market is. So I've dealt with that a lot lately, too.
And some people said that they see a trend where people are moving to where the lifestyle and the politics are more akin to what they believe. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing people doing that?
I see that quite a bit too, Tom. Really, because one of the questions I'll ask, they'll say, I'm moving to wherever. And I'll say, great, how'd you happen to choose where you're moving? I'm tired of the politics. I'll hear that one. So that's,
no matter what they are, one way or the other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll hear that quite a bit too.
And Stephanie, you get mostly military?
I get a lot of military down there for sure, but same thing. I mean, I've had conversations with people.
You've had people moving in and out because of politics?
Because of politics, yep, absolutely. Cost of living, you know, a lot of times looking for lower tax rates, things like that.
Huh, very cool. I mean that you keep track of that, because I never knew that, and I never actually contemplated whether something was necessity or choice, but I guess that is an important question, because that also changes the way they sell. Yeah. Right. If somebody's just, well, I think we want to move up or move down, they're not going to be as motivated, right, as the necessity move.
Right, yeah.
All right, 303.
You know something, Tom?
Yeah, what?
You know, traveling around, we're in Utah right now, traveling around, I have noticed, like in Utah, I don't see any homeless here. Now, I'm not going to pretend there isn't any, but there's not tent cities anywhere. I see signs up just driving down thanking the police, you know, thanks to the Utah State Police from like a car dealership. I have no idea what they did for that car dealership, but it's just the fact that police are kind of loved out here. It's completely different than Denver once you get out on the road, man. It's nice.
Yeah, you know, Denver, unfortunately, has become one of the most dangerous cities in America and one of the most run-down cities. The exit from downtown is amazing, but a lot of cities are suffering that. But Denver is one of the top where the downtown real estate, downtown allure, downtown businesses are suffering. It's too bad. It is. Let's go to the phones. Deputy Doc, you got a follow-up. Go ahead, Doc. What's happening?
Hey, Tom. Last week we got a call from Brenda about an increase in her rent from $1,380 to $1,950.
Yeah, and what was she hoping we could do about that? I'm looking for it here. Yeah.
Yeah, what it finally boiled down to is she wanted to know how to get on Section 8, and I didn't know what to tell her.
Oh, I remember that. Yes.
So how does one get on to apply for Section 8 housing?
Well, you have to go to Section 8, and I believe that's administered through the county, each county, and you have to get on the list. Basically, that's what it is. You fill out an application first for approval, but then even if you're approved, you have to get on a list because...
Okay, so she lives in Denver, so she would just go to...
Yeah, so if, for example, Denver Section 8, if you Google that, there's an office, and I'm not sure where they do it in Denver because it's the city county. So if you go to Denver Section 8, it's the Housing Authority is doing for Denver, Denver Housing Authority, and you also have affordablehousing.com. If she Googles that, it'll give her a number of agencies, denvergov.org. They tell you how to do it. Each one of these sites has a place that you can click to get information on doing it, especially Denver Housing Authority. And again, HUD, that's another one that gives information. And
well, Denver Housing Authority.
That would be an easy one to start, yeah. But, you know, it's going to be a while for her to get on Section 8. It's not going to be instantaneous, and her project has to be approved for it.
Right. I will tell her that.
Yeah, because nobody is forced to take Section 8. And the property. Now, sometimes if the property qualifies and a landlord doesn't know, and the person applies, they can go to the landlord and say, you know, why won't you take it? In other words, I'm eligible, and your place, you don't have to do anything to become eligible. Sometimes landlords say, sure, go ahead. I mean, they don't care. You can make that choice. I one time had a tenant who qualified. That I never went for it. What I meant was I never set out to be a Section 8 place, but this was a fourplex, and one of them, and they were approved anyway. So this woman came and said, I'm on Section 8. Do you mind? This is an approved property from what I can tell. And I said, look, if it's approved, and I don't care where the money comes from. So that was...
When you get your rent.
Right, exactly. And Section 8 pays a portion of rent depending on income. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's continue here. I want to get people who've been waiting a while. Wayne, sorry, Wayne. Okay, you have a question on roof certification, Wayne. What is it?
Yeah, I'm glad you got real estate people there. I'm trying to sell my house, and the buyers wanted a roof certification. Now, I had a cell come out, and they looked at the roof, and they said they needed some minor shingle repairs and re-nail the flashing, and that's the only thing wrong with the roof. I mean, with a reputable company like Excel, when they say that, isn't that a certification?
I don't actually know exactly what a certification is.
No,
I never did
Excel,
know.
Excel does have a certification. I mean, did you ask them to certify it?
Yeah, and what they told me is that most roofers don't certify a roof unless they've installed it.
Oh, well,
So,
I mean, maybe that is how Excel works, but you can get a roofing certification. And, Frank, I bet you've dealt with this, and Stephanie.
By the way, let's just talk about what a certification is. What they're saying is, barring any weather emergencies, the roof will last 5 years. That's what they're saying. 5 years, right, Frank?
Yeah, at least 5 years of age life in it. But Wayne, I would tell you too. Many times when we have these situations, if they can give you something in writing stating that this is what needs to be done just to repair it and it'll be in good shape, many times that suffices with the buyer too, without just having an official certification.
Oh, okay.
Well, the mortgage company is
All
the
right,
one that
well-
wants it, right, or not, or the buyer?
I think it's probably the buyer inspection.
The buyer asked it.
Well, you can give that to the buyer and say, look, this is what it is. Did they say how
Hey,
much
Wayne,
it would
you're
cost?
in Colorado. I'm sorry, Wayne, you're in Colorado Springs, right?
No, I'm in Arvada.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say if Excel only does it for their own, Petrali Roofing would probably do it.
Now, Wayne, as far as the cost, did they say what the cost of those repairs would be?
Yeah, $750, replace some shingles, and to re-nail the flashing that had come loose.
Yeah, buyers will accept
And,
that from a reputable company.
Well, wait, Wayne, why don't you have it done? Then they worked on your roof. Will they give you the certification?
Not according well, the way I understood it is they don't do certifications unless they've installed the roof. I'll have to call them back and see if they do those repairs, if they'll do it.
Yeah,
I submitted that estimate. I submitted Excel's estimate to the buyers, and they said, no, we need a certification.
You know, when Frank was selling our house in Castle Rock, Frank, I doubt you remember this, you sell, more homes in a month than most real estate people do in a year, if not, 2 years. But I had to get a certification on the roof. I think Excel gave me that, but they did my roof. And then I had to get a certification from an HVAC company that the furnace and air conditioner are in good shape, which I got from, I believe, Plumline.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, the certification, though, did the seller already say they didn't care what they said as far as the issue? Were you already told them it needs about $700 worth of stuff?
Yeah, I showed them the estimate from Excel, and they said, yeah, that's fine, but we need a certification.
Oh, man.
Let's ask Tom, let's get either Jay on or Dominic from Excel, and let's kind of ask them about that. How does it work?
Okay, let's find out. And if not, then we'll call someone else on the referral list. We need to find that out. I mean, as to who do you call? Who do you guys call when they want a roof certification, Frank? Just a roofer, right?
Well, we use Excel a lot. But something too, Wayne, between the realtors, I think sometimes when things like this come up and they insist on a certification, I think sometimes it's just a lack of information on the buy side. And if they understood what's really going on here, they'd probably feel satisfied. I mean, most of the time.
What you're saying, Frank, is Wayne's broker should be explaining that to them.
Or at least having a good conversation. Not saying he
Wayne,
hasn't
are you
either.
represented by someone?
Yes.
Well, why don't they explain it? Hey, you don't need a certification, and here's why. This is a reputable roofer saying the roof's fine except for these things.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Excel's been great. So maybe if I could have, I think his name's Dominic out there, talk to the buyers, and explain that to them, that might surprise.
Well, that's going a little crazy. Let's just ask Excel how they do certifications.
Right.
I can't imagine if Dominic went out there and they did these repairs and they're saying the roof's in good shape, why they wouldn't certify it. Let's ask them.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Tom, what I like about Excel and Jay and them, they're honest. If I've had inspectors say roofs are bad, and Jay's people go up there and say, Frank, look, it's not bad. And they could have just said, oh, yeah, it's bad. They don't know. We could do this, or, hey, it doesn't need anything. I've had them do stuff like that for me, and we say, look, buyers, look, this is in writing from a reputable roofer. Okay, well, then we're fine. And 9 times out of 10, you could just get them to be okay with that.
Well, a lot of times, though, giving them the certification, they'll give it to their insurance company, too.
But Jay doesn't lie.
All right, it's time to talk what to do about your higher Excel bills. Yeah, they're coming out, especially now with air conditioning, which is heavily dependent on electrical. Mark is with ProBidEnergy.com, and ProBid Energy is a solar company we know and trust. Mark, what about it? Are people getting some shock from the air conditioning bills?
Oh, yeah. And since it's been cool,
for the past few months, they haven't had quite the shock. But when they get those July, August bills, I think they're going to be in a lot of shock. I mean, it's an over 200% increase from last year between 3 and 7 p.m. And that's when we're trying to cool our houses, like you said. And I think it's going to really put a lot of people in a spin. And we're here to help them. We can do a free assessment on their home, review their utility bills, build a system that will offset their power, and save them money. And it's as simple as reaching out to us at probidenergy.com. Let us know. We'll do a free assessment. We don't have any obligation. We don't put any pressure on people. We want them to make a good decision.
Exactly, and you're for real. You actually service what you put into, and you've even helped us with other systems servicing them.
Oh, yeah.
And you're there. So what I'd like to know is about the energy credit. Is it still 30%?
The federal tax credit is 30%. So really, if you have a federal tax obligation, you're going to get a 30% tax credit on your federal taxes. It reduces the cost of what your solar system cost you.
And for sure, and they're not, by the way, artificially marking them up to take advantage of that either. That's one other benefit of probidenergy.com, 303-623-1531. They're happy to talk to you about their system. probidenergy.com, 303-623-1531. And, of course, you can find them at Referral List, on the Referral List at referrallist.com. All right. David Ellis Jewelry will get you some extra cash. All you have to do is take your jewelry there that you want to sell, whether it's junk or antique. How about just plain old used stuff? And you want to sell it. David Ellis Jewelry is doing the buying. David Ellis Jewelry, a name we've known for 30 years, or 40 years, that is. Yeah, 40 years. You can look them up at 2640 East 3rd Avenue, 303-322-8779. All right, Genesis Total Exteriors, again, out doing hail damage repair. They are honest and forthright, been around 25 years. You can trust them. We've known them for years. Everything from roof down to the siding, siding, windows, doors, decks, railings, whatever it is you need, they'll do it all on one invoice, one company. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
Frank Duran, the real estate man.
So with the guy with the roof, you need to find out, was he planning to make said repairs? Because if he's just handing him an invoice to get that certification, the repairs have to be made. So there's a few caveats to that, and that's probably what they're asking
That's
for.
like an
is
inspection. What
it's
Excel
part of their
did was an
inspection.
inspection.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
wasn't a certification.
Yeah, exactly. So the roofer that I utilize in the springs all the time, he'll do 5-year roof certs for me, but they have to make the repairs to get it in good condition
Of course,
before
that's
they'll
right.
issue it.
That's right. Or
So-
unless it happens to be perfect.
Yeah, oh yeah. Had a few of those, but not very many lately.
Yeah.
Lately it's been a little tough with the storms.
Oh, geez, I know. All the hail, you know.
Oh my gosh. I had one that was supposed to, we were trying to close early and we had a storm blow through that day.
Oh, wow.
And just tons
Let me
of money and damage.
There was a tornado that hit, too. Was it
Highlands Ranch.
Highlands Ranch, Tom? Tornado, did you know that? Jeez.
I heard about that. I was right by our friend Jason Murphy with JM Heating and Air. I think he's on your list. Anyway, it was really close to his house.
I was caught in one when I was 8 years old.
Ooh.
And my grandpa, he was picking me up from school, and we were in his truck, and all the windows started shattering. And
Oh my.
we were just praying, and by the grace of God, I'm here, because that was, I honestly thought we were going to die. That was really scary. Especially 8 years old, I'd never seen anything like that in my life. It was,
We received a call. Suzanne got a email that has to do with that guy we're giving money to. So I don't know if the plot thickens there.
Here we go.
Well, she's calling the people right now to see what the deal is. She's like, it was basically like this. There's a lot more to this guy's story. You guys really need more information. It was that kind of email.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Let's talk to Jay Brett's Excel Roofing and get the lowdown on certifications for roofs. So if someone needs to have a roof certified, Jay, do you guys do roof certifications? And that's usually saying, yeah, this roof has about 5 years of life left or more.
It depends, Tom. If it's a roof that we've installed, yeah, we'll do it. If we go out there and repair the roof, sometimes we're able to do it. There are certain types of roofs, like a tile roof. We're not able to certify those because we can't see what's going on underneath the tile. So it kind of depends upon what the roof system is.
All right. And if you do the repairs that are recommended, you can certify them usually?
Most of the time, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see the guy back on there again, so I don't have him. I wanted to.
I'm sure he's listening.
Yeah. So because somebody told them they couldn't. Go ahead.
I didn't catch the whole call, but did we go out there and do a repair on his roof?
No, an inspection and recommended $700 worth of repairs, a few shingles replaced and some other stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. Normally in that case, then we're able to do a certification for them.
I guess he was confused. He had an inspection done. There were recommended repairs. He said he told the buyer that, and the buyer said, well, that's not good enough. We need it certified. So I guess they should he should have known that they need to get the repairs done.
Well, yeah, how could you possibly certify it knowing that it needs repairs? In fact, the more I think about it, it's an absurdity. Of course they got to fix it before the certification.
Exactly. So, Jay, you will do repairs, and then sometimes, if you get the repairs done and that's all it needs, you give them the 5-year cert. Or if it's something you've done, you know it's in good shape, you give them the 5-year cert. You can't give it to them for some tile or all tile roof.
Well, the cert doesn't automatically come with a repair. We need to know that it's a real estate transaction, and we need to know that they need the certification in conjunction with the repairs that have been recommended by the home inspector.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah, we're doing everything according to the buyer's inspector. So we're making sure about that. So we just need to know what the whole deal is. But a concrete tile roof, really what keeps the water out is that underlayment system underneath it. So really, without taking up a whole bunch of tile, it's really difficult to determine if the roof was done properly or not.
Is that like it is with most roofers? They won't certify it?
It depends if they know what they're doing. So this is what the deal is, Tom. Let's say 20 years ago, back in the early 2000s, they did a lot of tile roofs, and they only used single paper. We always use some kind of double underlayment, and the batten system, the wood that the tile hangs on.
Right.
If they didn't do that properly, the proper way to do it is you do a double system, so that any water that gets under there can flow right out. A lot of builders cheaped out back then, and they just did this single piece of wood, and it traps the moisture. It traps a lot of the water under there, and that's when all of a sudden we go out to a house and they're asking us to fix a leak, and we see what's going on underneath, and we tell them, hey, you need a brand new tile roof. And it's a shocker to people when we tell them you need to spend $50,000 to take this tile off and put a new one on, but it happens.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Hey, real quick with Jay, I got to tell him something. I sent you those pictures of that. They were almost golf ball size hail at my house, and we talked that night. It was a couple of weeks ago. Tom, listen to this, man. I actually have a claim going in on my insurance company because I've got some siding issues. We had water literally come into our back deck because we had 3 feet of hail on the back deck, and it melted and it ruined our kitchen floor. So we have a claim to put in. But guess what is in perfect shape?
The roof.
Perfect shape.
The roof?
The roof. We had almost golf ball size hail in my roof. Nothing. It's perfect, man.
Yeah, but Mark, when you said the water hit if it came from the
I got flood insurance.
Oh, God, that's right, you do, because it's cheap when you're not in a floodplain. It is cheap.
Super cheap. So that $100 extra I'm paying a year for flood insurance that most likely I would never use. Not only am I using, but it's going to be probably $40,000 to redo our hardwood.
Okay, what were you going to say, Jay?
I want to make an important point so everybody out there listening understands what Mark is talking about, in that we took off an asphalt roof and we put on an F-wave. F-wave is a plastic type of roof. It looks just like shingles. It's about...
I'm sorry, hold on. Keep going, Jay. Sorry. It's about...
We took off his asphalt roof and we put on this F-wave roof, which I consider one of the most hail-resistant, almost hail-proof roofs possible.
Good.
But it's about 2.5 times to 3 times the cost. So say, for instance, somebody has a $20,000 claim on their asphalt roof. They might be looking at $50,000 to put on an F-wave, but they won't have to replace the roof unless it's some kind of devastating hail, this baseball size. And so it can really it help. I know that Mark really likes the fact that he was able to raise his deductible, save a lot of cash on his insurance premium, and not have to worry about replacing the roof every hailstorm.
All right, that's excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Let me go with Chris, who's been waiting a while. Chris, what's going on with you?
Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good, man. What's happening?
Kind of a boring one for you. So, we picked up a house here about 6 months ago, doing a renovation on it, down to the studs, built back in '48, old part of Denver, great neighborhood.
Okay.
Awesome house.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a tub. I love it's a 2-bath, but in the smaller bathroom, I've got a tub that needs to be refinished, which means I'm going to have to rip it out and probably, I don't know. Do you guys, what's your thought on that? Do I just replace it with something? I love the old
is this
school
one
tub.
of the big iron ones with the porcelain finish?
It's not a ball and claw. It's just it's a standard, not brand, but it's a standard size old school tub. It's cast.
When you say old school tub, is it a standalone tub or is it one of those ones that go in the walls? I mean, is it a standalone or is it encased?
It's encased.
Why would you want to redo? I mean, why do you want to have that fixed? Do you want to keep that old look?
Yeah, I kind of do. It's kind of that Art Deco kind of thing going on.
Okay. Those can be done in place.
Oh, they can?
Yeah, there are people that come and finish those, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm trying to think of the company that did that. They mask it off and they can actually redo the finish on those.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to do is the bathroom's demoed with the exception of the 3 sides of the tub enclosure area. All that old school tile is all perfect. So I'm trying to preserve that because there's a flange on the tub that goes all the way around. If I yank the tub, I'm going to lose the tile.
Do you have someone, Stephanie?
Yeah, I just had a client do that.
Who'd they use?
A builder I know referred Miracle Method. Now, they're out of the Springs, so I'm not sure that they could really be a help in Denver, but it might be worth a call. If nothing else, they might have a good contact in Denver. But
Miracle Method?
Yeah, Miracle Method, and I can give you the number for them. Again, it's in the Springs, but 719-594-9091.
Hold on. Did you get that?
594?
9091. And they went in and redid a vintage tub and tile in a house for a client of mine, and it turned.
And they do it in place.
Yeah.
Yes, Miracle.
Well, and that's great because you go to Home Depot, you go to you're like, all right, well I can yank it and throw some fiberglass, POS in there, but I really don't want to do that. I really want to try to preserve.
By the way, there is a Miracle Method here in Denver. There is one. So look for it. It's on Grape Street.
I just can't imagine why anybody'd want a bathtub. I swear to God, I can't imagine.
Or you mean that kind of bathtub. But I'm not going to get into it. He said it's like that Art Deco thing going, and I know what he means. We got more coming up.
Some drama up on the northeast end of town through Commerce City, I-270 westbound approaching down.
The best prices for plumbing, the best prices. Did you hear me? I'm talking about if you're repiping your entire home, the best prices. If you want a water heater, the best prices. $12.99 for a 40-gallon tank, $13.99 for a 50-gallon tank, fully installed with the other one taken out and hauled away. And if you want garbage disposals, they claim they can save you up to 90% over other plumbers. And if you want a sump pump, they can save you no matter what size you want. And water heaters, no matter what you want, they say savings is their game. 303-668-6844, 668-6844. EuroplumbingColorado.net. If you're looking for a one-stop shop for your window coverings made in the shade, think of the name, Made in the Shade. It denotes Easy Street, and that's what it is because you're dealing with one source to come out and measure and estimate the price, and then a designer to help you order the right stuff, and then the installers in-house to come and put it all in, and they guarantee everything. They have all the major brands. You're going to love the way they do business. One-stop shop, Made in the Shade for all window coverings. 720-458-6566. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. He's not in.
I'm right here. We got an email from someone saying there's a lot more to that guy we're donating to. Suzanne's talking to him right now.
Oh, man. Come on. I hate that.
He sounded so up and up.
I thought finally we get somebody legit.
I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out. She's on the phone with somebody.
All right. Well,
it was definitely a call me. So.
And it's amazing that people are listening right at the time too.
I know. In fact, I can't wait to figure out who it is. Like, is it the landlord? Is it a neighbor? Who is it? I have no idea who it is.
So what do you think about Facebook's attempt to kill Twitter?
Well, they won't kill Twitter. It's pretty. They did the same. They ripped off TikTok with what do they call it? Faces, pages, or something like that.
Reels, I think.
Reels. Yeah, you gotta love Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the same thing.
Everything he's fucking done has been a copy.
Yeah. In fact, I think I watched a Facebook movie a million years ago where apparently he stole the idea for some kids in college for Facebook or something.
They were fellow students. They were all fellows,
But, I still got to give it to him. Shit. Yeah, it is. I wanted to see the cage match. I thought they were going to literally get into a cage.
Who's
and
that?
Fight.
Zuckerberg
the 2 billionaires.
And Musk.
Musk would kill him.
I think Musk, he's so on the spectrum, he'd rip his fucking head off, I think.
Hey, here's the deal. Whatever. Why did MySpace not make it? I mean, it was really exactly the same as Facebook.
I don't know, but I still have a MySpace account, so.
No, you don't. MySpace is defunct. Nothing exists on MySpace anymore.
Hold on. I'm going to it right now.
Yeah.
MySpace.com. Right here. And okay, I'm going to sign in. If I can sign in, you can kiss my shit. I don't know what I'd use back then. I bet it's my AspenGoodyear.com. AspenGoodyear.com. Fuck, I have no idea what I would have used for a password back then.
Yeah, and you just sign into MySpace. You have to go through Facebook or Twitter.
No, you can use email or password. Hold on.
All right.
I'm telling you, I literally have an account. God damn it, I'm never going to know. I have no idea what the fucking password would be, though. Okay, forgot password. Here's the problem. It's a pain in the ass to get that fucking... Okay, the email I put... Oh, I put Troubleshooter. Yeah, you're just fucking jealous, Dragon. Okay, let me try this. Now, submit. CAPTCHA. Okay, it's emailing me. Yep, password was sent.
Wow.
This is... You just wait, Jack.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
There's actually a report how Texas had 10,000 more births than expected on CNN because of their abortion policies. That's what they're saying. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We got to get to the phones, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Diane, what's going on, man? What's going on with this towing thing? I think we've heard a lot about these at that very place if it's downtown Denver. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it sure is.
Uh-huh, and it's the Wendy's. We've gotten complaints about this parking lot. I'm telling you, I don't know what your complaint is, but it's this particular Wendy's. Where is it, this Wendy's?
It's on Colfax.
Yep.
It's in between the Fillmore
Yep,
and the Ogden.
that's
Street
exactly
on-
right. Tell me what happened.
So my teenage daughter and her friend drove up from Colorado Springs to go to a concert. They ate at the Wendy's. They did not order off the value menu. They spent about $20 on dinner. After they ate, they decided to repark the car because my daughter didn't like the way she parked. So she decided to move to the back of the parking lot and also free up spaces for other customers.
Yeah.
So she moved along the fence line and did not see any signage that said they couldn't park there. They walked down the street to the Ogden to get in line to go to their concert. And they'd been waiting in line, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 minutes, and her friend decided she wanted to put something back in the car.
Well,
so she
well
walked
hold
back up
on,
the
hold
street.
on. So they were parking at Wendy's and going to the concert?
Yes.
Well,
but after they ate dinner there.
But it doesn't matter. You don't get to park there all night for the They specifically okay. So I mean I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't make me happy, but they were supposed to be towed because once you eat there, you leave.
You're no longer a customer.
No, and that has been that particular problem. It has no traction to get help for that. Otherwise, listen. Otherwise, people would buy fries and fill up the parking lot in 10 minutes.
I understand, but what I think is that I think that I did go up and pick the girls up, and I think that the signage was confusing.
In what way? It says for customers only.
Right, and they were customers, but they had only been gone for 20 minutes. They came back. To
it doesn't matter. The guy's actually hanging out, waiting for someone to leave their car and walk away.
Absolutely. And my point is that they could have been walking down the street and coming back for they could have.
Okay.
If they could have come to move the car.
Let me straighten this out for you. Listen, this has been fought and lost before, so I'm going to save you a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter if they were coming to move. It doesn't matter. Once you eat there, that Wendy's has a perpetual problem with customers not being able to park. So once you eat, you don't go down the street to another place. You don't leave for 10 minutes and come back. Once you eat, you get in your car and you drive away. But I think that's pretty clear when it says for customers only. I think it's pretty clear for customers only. Go ahead.
A couple of things, though. A couple of things. First of all, these are young kids that, they don't know any better, right? So they've learned their lesson, obviously. But I feel that they need to have better signage. If the issue is really...
It says customers only.
They were customers.
Oh, my God. I was a customer, too, about 4 months ago. Can I go park? Listen, I'm not. Look, but the truth
You know
is,
what? This is the reason I didn't want to go on the radio is that I don't want to be humiliated.
I'm not humiliating you. I'm having a discussion, for God's sakes. Can people have a discussion without feeling humiliated? I don't want to humiliate you anymore. See, and your kids are going to grow up with that same attitude. You're not entitled to anything. And you're not being humiliated. We were disagreeing. For customers only. Well, they were a customer. So tell me, when does that cut off? When does it cut off? It doesn't cut off, in her opinion, when you leave the parking lot. Not for 20 minutes. What is the cutoff? If she does, Kachina, will she answer that? Or I don't want to humiliate her. I put her on hold as soon as she said that. Ask her if she wants to come back on. I'd like to know, at what point are you no longer a customer? The next day? 24 hours? 1 hour? When? You go there and you eat. She even said after they ate, they moved the car around to the back because she didn't like the way she parked. Oh, give me a break. Really? You're not being humiliated. You know what you are? You're just feeling stupid because you believe the story. And they're young kids. Don't make excuses for them. It says for customers only. I hate tow companies. I hate them. But they have a purpose, and that's one of them. When you have a business and you can't have customers come in because they have nowhere to park. Now, if it's for customers only, think about this. In her estimation, what's going to keep people from buying French fries and parking there? When do they not become a customer? I want to know.
Tom, she actually cited they did not order off the value menu.
But I want to know this. When do they not become a customer? That's why anybody can tell me. When? When do they not?
I can tell you the second they're out of that restaurant.
Tom, you still got that Benz? You still have that nice looking Benz that I can't even think of the model.
All right. You know what? If you are facing hail damage, you're feeling pressured to sign a contract at the door, don't. When these people come to your door and say, you need to sign this so we can look at your roof, they're lying to you. That's what they're doing. They're absolutely lying to you. Jay Bretz is with us. He's with Excel Roofing. They will not lie to you. They're going to tell you the truth. Jay, let's talk about what is going on with today's door knockers.
Tom, it's the big lie. And when the door knockers tell somebody, hey, you need to sign this so we can meet with your insurance adjuster, it's just not true. It's this roofing contract, and we've talked about it so much. But I think what happens is people, they sign this thing, and then they don't take a look at it again until they find out that they're locked into some kind of deal that they don't want to be locked into. And they've got this 3-day right of rescission. All consumers that sign a contract in their home have this 3-day right of rescission. But I think that 3-day right of rescission passes, but people feel pressured by the door knocker. Hey, you got to sign this thing for me to meet your insurance adjuster. And they just don't know what they're doing. And I know a guy that wouldn't sign something like that unless he knew for sure, and that's Mark. And if somebody was pressuring Mark to sign something at the door, would you sign it, Mark?
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. And, you know, here's the bottom line. I wouldn't either, and no one should. What you do is you let them, if they want to look at the roof, fine. Although I would simply check out a roofer first and then go find him. But, okay, so let's say they check out the roof. Then I want to see a full and complete contract. And, Jay, that's another thing they don't do.
They don't do it. They don't look through. They don't read it, and it's such a basic mistake. People should read this contract before they sign it, because it's going to have that money up front thing where you have to give the not only is it money up front that you have to give to the roofer, but you're giving the roofer full control of your insurance claim, which is just dumb, because you don't want to do that for anybody unless it's somebody like the public adjuster. Then you want to give them control. But otherwise, don't sign this thing that's paying cash up front. And for whatever reason, if you see any kind of cancellation clause in a contract, even if you like the contractor, scratch that thing out. That way, if you change your mind, there's not going to be a cancellation fee, and the consumer can scratch out the whole thing about the money up front too.
That's excelroofing.com as an excellent Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400. All right, let's talk about becoming your own financial manager. Joe Chiano and his team like to call it become the banker, because that's what you are. You can invest your retirement money or outside money, and it's a guaranteed no loss, a guaranteed return, and a guaranteed income for life. Find out more at 303-779-6600 or becomethebanker.org or mymoneymyway.com. American Restoration. Right now we're talking about a lot of storm damage around. We're talking about maybe some infiltration of water. If you need a company to get the water out to mitigate dangerous substances, whether it's fire, a flood, a broken pipe, whether it's, like asbestos, maybe black mold, you need American Restoration 24/7. They do the job right the first time. Don't let your insurance company pick a quick and dirty company. You want to pick American Restoration 24/7, 8337-AM-REST. That's 8337-AM-REST, or online, amrest247.com.
I cannot impress upon you enough, if you're dealing with your insurance company because of the tornado in Highlands Ranch, or maybe a commercial building that you have with a hailstorm, or anything that has to do with your homeowners or commercial policy and property, you need someone on your side. That's Matt with Paragon Services. When my insurance company told me I only had $500 worth of damage and it wasn't worth filing a claim, because my deductible was higher than that, I got Matt involved. I got a check for $70,000. People hate it when I say this, but it's true. Those adjusters from your insurance company, they lie to you. They're scumbags. A lot of them are scumbags. I'm saying it just like it is. You need someone on your side. Call Matt. Free advice all the time. 719-726-0020. Matt, Paragon Services, a public adjuster that works for you. 719-726-0020.
Well, that was a nice 1 minute, 30-second spot.
Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
As long as we're not in network.
I'm not going to have any time coming. Am I have any time coming back? Come on, Drag.
Oh, my God.
Don't give me any shit anymore. Don't give me any shit anymore.
This is the pot
in
calling
my
the kettle black.
In my make-believe radio show.
Yeah,
in my make-believe studio.
That's Dr. Dragon across from you.
My make-believe studio.
Okay. Oh, shit.
When are you heading back? Over the weekend?
Yeah, hey, listen to this. So, well, just ask Suzanne for the update when we come back.
What is it on? Which one?
The guy we're giving $500 to.
Is it a bad one?
Which we should. It's not.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Oh,
no, it's different. It's just different, but
okay.
It's not bad.
If we have time to talk about it, I got a lot of... It would be...
Oh, if not, let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hey, Dragon, put me back up. I want to talk about Paragon for a few more minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, sure, 10 seconds.
Let's make it the 120 spot without the other guy. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Listen, we talked about a beneficiary's deed the other time, and we talked about O'Brien Legal Service. I also want to tell you that that person that was asking about leaving their home to their kids, 833-CO plans. Please don't do it any other way. Talk to McKenzie Law Firm about your estate plan before you make a lot of stupid mistakes. Dan McKenzie's been helping people on this show, and he will help you. 833-CO plans. If you want to leave your home, that's just one of the many things he does. Do it the right way. 833-CO plans. Okay, so Tom's got props for Steve the painter. Go ahead, Tom. We're running out of time, but I want to hear it. Go ahead.
I'll make it quick. Tom, loyal user of your referral
Thank
list.
you, man.
Thank God for you guys doing that. I needed my house painted, called Steve the Painter. They just finished up. Quality work. Unbelievable people, as you well know.
Yeah.
Certainly a family operation. No money up front.
Right.
Communication was fantastic.
Good.
And the job is beyond expectation.
And I better give the name because somebody said, I can't find Steve the painter on the referral list. It's Star Quality Painting. So thank you. He just finished up at my house, too. Did the stuck garage doors. Great job. Oliver, what's this possible scam going on?
I'm a construction guy, a concrete guy,
Yeah?
and this is the third time this has happened. Somebody sends me a check, and they first of all want me to go look at an address of a concrete driveway to replace. So I go look at the address. They send me a check to go do the job.
Really?
And then they think I'm naive or something. They want me to put it in the bank. And then the guy tells me he needs some money out of that check.
Here, do me a favor, Kachina. We have not heard this twist yet on businesses. Please let him come on tomorrow, and let's warn people in the morning. Also, I want to say StephanieRE.com. You'll find Stephanie Thomas in Colorado Springs for real estate, and that's Coldwell Banker. And then Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And, of course, you will find Team Duran there at RE/MAX Alliance. Save all your problems for me.
Thanks, Tom.
You guys have been
Later, Gator.
Man, were we busy today.
Good to see you, Stephanie. Be careful out there. You got a busy day?
Shaping up a little bit.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
get it.
not crazy because I have to give myself time to drive here and there.
Oh, yeah.
So I try to book myself light when I come in.
I'll tell you what, thank God for modern technology, Tom, because I think about how we used to do this in the 90s. Think, man, how in the world did we do real estate in the 90s with carbon copies, no computers, and
Oh, my gosh, yes. G-Wagon?
Yeah.
No, I got rubber, did you? I was going to ask you.
That's the problem I'm having is that I don't know
Hey,
how to
what's
produce
up, buddy? How are you?
I'm
good. How you doing? What are you up to today?
I will be tomorrow.
Staying out.
Oh, my God.
Cardiff.
What you been doing?
Running, but I also have
Yeah.
I also have a car that I will be putting on, I think, 5 or 6 kind of how he twisted views running.
Closes?
Oh,
Well,
you know
that
what?
too.
Don't worry about
Oh,
it
good.
because he has other people coming in. So
Oh,
we're
good.
gonna
How
try
quick
to
are you
get
moving them
some
right now? How quick are you moving? Oh, I'd say within about 5 days. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Awesome. Good to see you, buddy. Let's go. Yeah, I've got a crazy week next week, but I should settle down a little bit after that. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to get together. So, that's awesome, man. I love hearing that. Cool. I'll call you tomorrow. Huh? All right. Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow. Love it, brother. Have a good one. See you, Kelly. God bless. A little bit.
We don't have a producer to run the board. We're already
Well,
short.
I know how to
What
kind
is
of.
happening?
How
How are you,
run
good
the
sir?
board, and then I don't know how to.
Welcome back to the madness.
Um,
Yay!
These dipshits have to. I don't know how to get the collar
Right.
on.
Spying's the best part of the job.
Prosecutors say surveillance video allegedly shows Walt Nauta helping hide boxes of classified material. ABC's Olivia Rubin is in Miami.
Monday you're here, yes. The best of show. I'm going to be golfing, so I don't know if I'll make it in time, but
Two
I'm supposed to get that
firefighters
ready.
died in New Jersey and 5
All right.
others injured while trying to battle an
If you can, not sure if you can or what you have to do.
I sent
I'll
you
hit a
the
button.
email for today. I don't know if you got it. If not, I can pull it. I think from.
As long as you got something loaded or whatever ready to go. I should be able to get it loaded. Like I just have to see if he's going to do just just a
No,
regular
I don't
show
have
where
anything
he's
with that.
piecing things together to make it the exact time.
Gotcha. Police in Houston today said a man who turned up safe
All right,
house
yeah, I'll
fire
hit the
after he
button.
disappeared as a teenager
You get here when you get here.
really missing.
Easy as that.
Was 17 years old when his mother reported him missing in 2015, but Houston police say he was not missing and returned home shortly after he left the house on March 8th of that year. Why he and his mother allegedly lied about him
I got it.
is a mystery.
You need anything from me before I get out of here?
Says it's unclear if Darius was a victim or
Well,
a
we'll have to
suspect.
reschedule with her, I guess.
Have fun till next time, my friend. Thank you.
Tomorrow night, and then we could reschedule it for Monday.
Well, I'm actually out Monday, so I'm pre-recorded on Monday. That's when I was going to air it.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We can do it tomorrow. You want me to
Yeah, we could try tomorrow. What time though? Because I'm gonna have the same problem tomorrow.
Well, if she could do it,
Exploration and commercial operations. A spokesperson for the company telling
definitely
ABC
can't
they
do
posted the
2,
announcement on
any
their
2 o'clock
website.
hour.
Rena Roy, ABC News.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
God, we
Because
made
our way
something
works great for
Christmas.
us, but it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated.
I mean, I can do it from my home studio. I just have to be home when we do it.
For a financial advisor.
So,
what do you provide? Cookie cutter portfolios like the rest
What about tomorrow morning?
No cookie cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs. But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right?
Yeah, she's got a really wonky schedule tomorrow because she's doing Australian TV.
Oh, okay.
And we never earn commissions on trades. So what's in it for you? Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping
Scenario would be to do it from your home
we're
studio.
clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to
Well, we got a couple hours to figure it out.
clearly different money management. Investments and securities involved. Kitty Howell News Time, 2:03. Get ready for another chilly winter today with more showers and thunderstorms in the forecast.
Oh, so tired of the rain.
We picked up more than 3/4 of an inch on the 4th of July, and for the month, that puts us at more than a half an inch ahead very early here in July. And then you add that back to the record-setting May and June that we've actually had in just these 3 months. We've had a whole year's worth of rain. We are beyond 15 inches for the year. A normal year is 14.49 inches. South 31 meteorologist Dave Fraser says rain in the forecast this afternoon through Sunday. Also on rescue, feline hikers keep their pets loose. This after a dog walking with her owners fell off the summit at Tourist Peak Sunday. A rescuer was lowered down to the dog, traversing a snowfield before saving her and getting pulled back up. They get excited up there.
Yo, do you think we have an interview scheduled with Miranda Devine to pre-record at 4? Can you help me get it set up in the Freedom Room real quick just to get her on? Once we get it in and it's recording, then that's all I need. Can you help me with that? Okay, cool.